Everybody. Another late night start tonight, but that's kind of become the usual thing for Friday nights. Not entirely intentionally, but it's, if I'm honest, it's kind of just a function of the work situation right now. So I'm just going to take a quick second here to make sure everything's tagged up properly, which it is. We've also got we've got tags, quality options, and I'm going to try something a little bit different here. So I apologize to those of you who are coming in early, but I'm actually going to try hitting the 1 minute ad break, and I'll just do a little bit of an introductory thing as well. But I want to see if this can help for the pre-rolls for the people who are just starting, and this might be a good idea for future casts. So I'm just going to experiment with this right now. Some of you will not be able to hear this just because it's theoretically it's running in the background right now. But basically, it should mean for about 20 minutes, the videos are there's no pre-roll ads for the videos. What I'll actually do while I get this out of the way, I can load up the game while we're starting, or while I'm running through that, but I can actually talk a little bit about the changes that have happened to Twitch to bring this about. So some of you may have noticed that there are layoffs happening at Twitch. It's owned by Amazon, so I suspect that's probably part of the larger set of cuts that's been brought in. It's also possibly the reason why Emmett Shear left as the CEO. I suspect probably he didn't want to be the one to wield the knife, and so that happened to be a chance for him to leave. Again, I'm speculating here, right? But it's fair to say, like, Amazon has been pushing very aggressively into ads. I don't buy on Amazon. I haven't for a while now, but from my understanding, they are no longer doing sort of best fit as far as the like the search results go, but rather they are basically getting, it's kind of like a slotting fee. So for those of you who are not familiar with how sort of supermarkets work, there's a fee that you pay to be stocked in a grocery shelf, because obviously there's a limited amount of space, and you know, particularly if you want priority placement in a certain spot. Now that's interesting. Why am I not able to load my game? But yeah, basically you wind up, we'll load that up. Interesting. Okay, so I've got a sync that doesn't seem to be working. Failed due to a heavy load. Okay. That probably explains why I can't load, even though it shouldn't be on the cloud at this point. Anyways, yeah, so this is ultimately Amazon's version of the slotting fee. Amazon has been moving away from sort of fulfilling things on its own and more about hosting the site and connecting people with other sellers. But of course, now that there's a very large number of sellers on the site, one way that they can collect some extra money is to effectively, you know, make people pay for that priority placement. Otherwise, of course, nobody's going to be buying your stuff. So, but again, this, you know, it's fair to say that Amazon has been more aggressively getting into the ad game, and it makes sense for them, right? Because they have a lot of information about consumers. I think people, like, when you think about what happened with Facebook and Google when Apple brought in the changes to privacy settings that when Apple sort of brought in those changes to its privacy settings, and you know, you can see it essentially in the financial statements for those companies when those changes were brought in. One of the, I think, lesser appreciated features was that Amazon has a lot of very useful consumer data, like just from people using it as the everything store. And so because they have sort of their own database based off of how people are using their existing services, I don't think people necessarily thought of them as a candidate for a company that would actually do well under the, under the system that kind of happened after Apple made its choice. I mean, it's an easy choice for Apple to make because they want to get into the ad game too, first of all. But it's also just, when you pay a premium for an Apple device, you don't need to, they don't need to sort of subsidize their earnings with advertising. They are, but they also kind of get to do, I guess they get to kind of take the high ground, whether or not it's justified, against competitors. And from what I understand, apparently there was something of a rift between Apple and Facebook. I think there was some plan for a paid version of Facebook, which sort of fell apart. And so, again, these are rumors, but I get the impression that there was some bad blood over something along those lines. And so I suspect it probably was appealing to Apple to put the screws to Facebook and its parent Meta. But anyways, the big thing is it is a change that's large enough that it is something that has been affecting major companies. Everybody's been trying to figure out how to work around it. This also affects gaming in the form of Unity, right? This is one of the reasons why Unity is picking up Iron Source and why it has sort of disappointed in terms of earnings. And they specifically cite the changes that Apple introduced on their devices. So that's another example in terms of companies that are affected by it. But again, Amazon is in a bit of a different position because they have all of this data from, what you're browsing on Amazon and the things that you're buying on Amazon. And obviously Prime is something that is enabling a lot of activity. They also, I don't know how widely known this is, but they own a lot of consumer websites. So they own Goodreads, they own IMDb, and DP Photo. So, if you're into cameras, if you're into books, if you're into movies, I don't know how closely integrated all of these things are. I know there's very, very good data people working for Amazon, but I would not be surprised if there's a fairly good profile in terms of the things that you've rated and are interested in. So it does actually make sense for Amazon to move into this territory, which is why it's so weird. I think it was Nathan Grayson had an article in the Washington Post about how Amazon or how Twitch has been more aggressively pushing advertising, and apparently there is not the level of customization that exists on a YouTube or Twitter or any or Facebook for that matter. Which again is very strange because you would imagine that a company that has that good of a profile of so many of its users would be kind of primed, so to speak, for to kind of jump into that space. But one way or another, I mean, it's a trend that Twitch is following from the parent company, whether or not it's being mandated from the parent company. And the unfortunate thing for me is that it does force people to watch ads. If I run ads for a minute, it gives me about 20 minutes where people don't have to see the pre-roll ads. And I think I've got something like 30% of the ad revenues, and that can be boosted to 55% if I run ads every 20 or 30 minutes or so. But that feels like a great way to get in the way of the experience of watching the channel. So I'll run it if I know I'm not going to be doing anything for a minute so that it disables those pre-rolled ads. But I really do not like the idea of scheduled ad breaks because it's just going to get in the way of me doing my thing. But I'm still trying to figure out a way to navigate this new system. I mean, again, obviously, Twitch is hosting the content. They get to set the rules, but it's one that I'm not particularly fond of. In any case, that was a much longer digression than was needed, but it did give me a chance to get past the opening ad break. Hopefully a number of you didn't have to deal with the pre-roll as a result of that. And it's worth disclosing that I was given a copy of Cyberpunk 2077 from the developer. They would also like me to say that this game is available on GOG. If you haven't heard about Cyberpunk 2077 and would like to pick this up, they would very much like me to remind you that it is available on GOG.com. So obviously when you're given a thing of value in exchange for broadcasting, you want to disclose that. And my equal commitment is that if I am asked to say something, I will say, it's not grudgingly saying it. I'm actually very grateful that I was given a copy because I probably wouldn't have played this game otherwise. But it is, if you're going to accept something, you also accept the terms, which in this case was to also remind you of the storefront. And of course, CD Projekt owns GOG, so that's the reason why they want. They had some funny ad copy for it, actually, when it first came out. So they said, 100% of your money goes to CD Projekt Red for Cyberpunk. And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure I want all of my money to go to CD Projekt. I'll just pay the retail price for the game, thanks. But yeah, that was basically their argument was, we get to keep the 30% if you buy it on our storefront. Although they're not going to be paying the 30%, obviously. They're going to be paying the lower amount on Steam. All right. By now, everybody in the Badlands has heard your name, V. You're moving into the big leagues here. Small compared to Night City, but big for us. You'll be getting more contracts from me soon. Now, we seem to have already queued up another job. So I'll do the usual thing that I've been doing here, which is to follow through on any side quests I can, basically until I run into things that are too difficult for me to complete. I do have an intention to follow the main quest, but especially because there were a couple of recommendations from people to just sort of take my time and smell the roses, I want to follow through on that. My only slight complaint is that I'm finding that some of the side quests don't give me as much to talk about as the main quest does. So it's a tricky one. So for instance, if I follow the main quest, right, we have Dexter Deshawn, asking us, which is a Quiet Life or Blaze of Glory, and that has quite a bit of meaning when you go through the world and you see the Iliad and Achilles essentially being presented with the same choice. I don't think it's a mistake that particular... I mean, the Iliad's a big book, right? So it's I don't think it's coincidental that that's the particular entry that comes up. Now, what does it mean? I leave it to you. I mean, there's a couple of other references which I'm trying to get a little bit of sense on. When you do the Delamain missions, there's a bit where the Delamain says, you have to have chaos within you to give birth to a dancing star. That's a direct quote from Nietzsche. I think there's actually another Nietzsche quote as well. And again, I mean, sure, you could, you could just be, badass quote. That's worth it. That's all I need it for. But there was obviously some good writers working on this. I'm assuming that it's more than just a clever reference for people like me to point out and say, "Aha! I am well read, and I've picked the reference. I am one of the elect who've been able to discern this secret meaning." One thing I am a little curious about, because I'm not that familiar with the Cyberpunk setting, is, speaking of the Delamain missions, like a glove. What was I going to say? Lost it. I can say I was going to read a little bit more about Out of the Crisis because I was very surprised at how many people really responded to that. But in the library, so I actually almost got through all of the books that I had to turn in. I'm 2 chapters down on a book by Jonah Berger called Contagious, which is interesting. It's sort of an analysis on how things go viral, for lack of a better term. And I think it makes some good sense. I have no idea if I will ever be able to apply it to streaming or something like that. Because I think I have the exact opposite qualities of the things that tend to get attention. But it's an interesting read. I do want to get to the last 2 chapters of it. But I was late. The worst thing that... I think I've talked about this before, but one of the worst things for me is that, like a lot of libraries, the Ottawa one got rid of overdue fees. I think this one was specifically in response to the pandemic. But one consequence of that, and again, I should probably feel really bad about this. One consequence of this is that for me, the removal of overdue, like I used to have quite a bit.
Said I don't give a shit.
Ooh, that's a lot of guys. I don't think there's going to be enough space for all the people on this. But yeah, so one of the consequences of this, and I'm sure this is not news to anyone, but you know, when you remove the fee, I did pay a bit in terms of fees originally, but now that they've removed the fees, I have absolutely no reason to be timely in terms of returning the books. So the way that it works in the Ottawa library system is you get 3 weeks after the due date before it counts as lost, and they'll charge you for the book itself. But if you return the book, I haven't tested how long it'll take, but like basically, I usually just wind up returning it the day of. And if you do that, then they, you know, blank out the cost. Oop. Let's see what that mission is. But yeah, so effectively, you know, because I know that there's no financial penalty, I add another 3 weeks, you know, beyond whatever renewals or what have you. So, but the problem was I had 3 books that I needed to get through by the time that I'd sort of handed in the other stuff, and one of my holds finally came in. So I have a lot of you should have read this by now kind of books on my list. I think everybody kind of does, but some of the ones I have are pretty embarrassing. And so I think it was actually maybe the day after I got out of the crisis. Anyways, whatever. It was reasonably soon after. I got Edith Grossman's translation of Don Quixote, which I'm obviously familiar with the story. I think, you know, most people know at least, you know, the windmill story, and they have a general idea about who this, you know, this figure is. But it's obviously not the same. Like, you know, you can see an adaptation. I had, my dad had this collection of comics, which were sort of classics, not like classics, but, you know, important story, the sort of things you'd see on like top literature in comic book form. So the first time I'd read T. Lawrence, sort of, or an adaptation of it, it wasn't even to watch Lawrence of Arabia. It was actually to read essentially a comic book adaptation of Seven Pillars of Wisdom. And then there were some just historical ones. So there's like one on the Red Baron. I don't know if there was a source book for that or whatever it was. But yeah, so there, I think they had one for like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. There's one for Don Quixote. I think I wound up getting them actually, so they may be somewhere around the apartment. But but yeah, I mean, it's not. I think they may actually have been the first comics I ever read, and they were, they were interesting enough. But my feeling on that sort of stuff. So I really don't like the kind of thinking that says, oh, it's not the thing I had to read in school, so it's not, it's just not worth it. How dare you read this low culture version of this high culture thing? That's completely the wrong way to look at this. But I also think it's really important to recognize that these things are not a substitute for reading the original. So, like, a good example that I could give here would be Paradise Lost. Like, if I had to pick something written in the English language, Paradise Lost is my favorite, or at the very least, really competing for a favorite in terms of literature. Now, to me, I think that's worth reading in its own right. I think it's hugely ambitious. I think it's a very interesting subject, and I think it's worth it on its own. But I'll also admit that it's a style of English that is unfamiliar to a lot of people. And, just because somebody says to you with increasing volume and intensity that it's really good and you should read it, that's not really going to instill a love of the material. In fact, if anything, it's going to annoy you and you're probably not going to wind up reading it. It's actually why I have these big gaps in my my sort of reading hits, because I could always get enough of a superficial understanding to do well on a test, without having to spend the time to actually read the whole story. So there's a couple of really good things that I really missed just because I kind of resented being scolded to or commanded to read a particular thing. That's a terrible way to go, but that's what I was thinking at the time. So anyways, there's lots of different ways that you can generate an interest. You can play a game, you can see a TV show, you could hear an audio play, read a comic book. Somebody can just summarize the story in a really special way. Maybe you see a production of The Man from La Mancha or something. You listen to Christopher Lee's heavy metal album. And the hope is that whatever it is again, it doesn't wind up being if you read the comic book of Moby Dick, you don't leave it there. You don't say you've read Moby Dick because you haven't read Moby Dick. What you do say, though, is that you're interested in it, and then that will maybe give you, a certain ambition to take on that larger and really wonderful work. And the funny thing about, so one of the reasons why I wanted to go, so for me, my confession is that I've not read Don Quixote, but I'm fixing that. But one of the things that I notice in terms of the story stuff, people really like to, one of the reasons why I really try and encourage people to engage with things in the way that they find most useful and interesting, and to try and not to give basically I don't want to give the points for getting the right literary references, and I don't want to come down hard on people finding things in a more accessible form. Number one, because I'd like to think I'm not a jerk, But number two, I've noticed that there's some really strange behavior that can result from giving these undue rewards for, looking at the quote unquote right version. So, for instance, again, it's all anonymous because it's not the nicest thing that I'm about to say. There's someone I happen to know, or I would hope at least knows better, and I noticed that they kept insisting a game that they made was an adaptation of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. And it's not. It is an adaptation of Blade Runner. And Blade Runner is absolutely fine, source material. It is an excellent film. It's, I like it very much. But it is not the same as saying you've adapted Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. So like the electric sheep is not in Blade Runner. So far as I can tell, the game does not have the electric sheep. If I recall correct, I think Deckard's also married in Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. And I mean, fair enough. In that case, they're saying, well, it's not really like it's not directly an adaptation of it. It's like, it's just influenced by. But again, all of the influences that you can get are ones that are very clearly from Blade Runner, and there are very few references, if any. And again, like, I don't want to be too harsh on it because I haven't like really gone through the whole thing. I just ultimately didn't think it was that. I didn't think it was like, it didn't seem like it was for me, so I didn't pick it up. But basically, every point of reference that I can see is one that comes from Blade Runner and not Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. And again, to me, the only reward for saying the book rather than the film is specifically to show yourself as the sort of people who reads books instead of sees film. But it's of course a fault. Like, you're putting on airs. Like, I don't really know. Like, it's not like a publisher comes into your house and says, "Oh, we're going to give you $100,000 to make your next project because we know you read the book instead of watch the movie." But it's a weird one because I also see a lot of people do this with Heart of Darkness. So Heart of Darkness is not Apocalypse Now. I know it's inspired by. Apparently, George Lucas was originally supposed to do it. He was going to do it in more of a documentary style. And sure, I mean, if you've read the Conrad book, you'll clearly see the references, but they're not the same. And it's, I cannot count the number of times people have claimed that it's Heart of Darkness, when in fact it's Apocalypse Now. And again, Apocalypse Now is a fine film. There's nothing wrong with liking, nothing wrong with liking good movies. Nothing wrong with liking bad movies, for that matter. But I just don't know why. I just don't really know why we create a system. So, like, number one, I'm not 100% sure what the reward is for people for making these claims, but it's clear that a lot of people do. And I would like a situation in which authors are more honest about their influences. Obviously, I like games that are genuine. Well, any stories, right? I like any stories that are genuine. And so I want to, where I can, create situations where people have the incentive to be genuine. And when, if people are asking them about influences and, what are they adapting, what drove them to do a particular story, that, they answer as honestly as they they can. So, you know, for that reason, I think there's a lot of value in terms of saying is like, you know, hey, I was really inspired by the comic version of, you know, of Seven Pillars of Wisdom. You know, I never read the underlying book, but I was fascinated by the story, so I read more about the time, and this is why I wanted to make, you know, this is why I wanted to make this particular story. You know, you may then turn around and say, well, you know, Lawrence isn't the only source that you can reference, and obviously the comic adaptation is not the same as the, you know, the whole work and so on and so forth. But again, it would be nice if people were honest about that rather than talking around. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to make that as long as it was. Thievery, steal the vehicle hauling the animal's medical supplies. There's no time to sit around and lick your dick, so keep this brief. Who's talking? You need to head over to the den of these meat brain animals and clep a van carrying medical stimulants, some kind of modified lidocaine. Keep in mind this stuff's white hot, stolen from Maelstrom. These metal mongers use the lidocaine for initiation rites or whatever, and the animals as an ingredient for their favorite juice cocktail. In the biz, we call this a shortage. What do you say we up the demand even more? Step 1, swipe the van. Step 2, I hawk the lidocaine to a few rippers. Step 3, they sell it at market price. Step 4, profit. Okay. In the coming weeks, seize and secure a stadium parking lot. This is urgent. Monica Steiner apparently is looking to Nomads for help. Could be hollow street talk, could be legit. That's why we gotta check. Generators from Tino's still don't work. Incompatible transistors. Head to their shop in the Glen and sort it. Grill is no more use to us. Time to put that bitch out to pasture, specifically outside our zone. And I hear concrete boots are in fashion this season. Maybe give her a pair. Delivery! Rudy, drop what you're doing, get to the lab and crank the burners on max, because you're cooking today, Choom. Big delivery of Lido coming in hot from those chrome cocksuckers. You'll pump out so much juice, nobody in Pacifica is going to sleep for a month. Let the boss know everything's a go, and no losses on our side. And I'll leave that for another time. Okay, so let's... So I'll run a couple of distractions. Oh, come on. I don't even know if it'll let me reset. I cannot believe... Okay, so like obviously body identified, so that's going to be a huge problem.
Fuck this.
Okay, so that could have gone much worse. I don't know if the rest of them are going to be...
Don't be scared now.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to be looking for me no matter what. Try and tidy it up as well as I can. It'd be kind of funny if you put animals away if, it'd be kind of funny if, they took up twice the space. Interview with a queen of the Metro Jungle. Here's a tasty morsel for all those fascinated by the secrets of the Night City underbelly. After months of stonewalling and upsetting threats, I finally arranged an interview with a member of the Animals gang. We met in a bar on the west side of Pacifica. When she pierced my eyes with her own slitted pupils, I thought back to those old wildlife docu-vids I used to watch and realized that I must have felt just like those gazelles did when ambushed by a pride of lions. Interviewer: truly, thank you for agreeing to this interview. They don't mind. Your pack, heard? A non-animal. Burst of laughter. They don't give two rat shits. Do what I want when I want. They got a problem? Me and them can square up. Thing is, I know they all too scared to try. Are all the animals guided by this survival of the fittest principle? Bet your ass. If you ain't hard, you're a blood bag waiting to pop. That's why we bulk. Roids, modified horse growth hormones, at least half a day in the gym. Wait, did you say horse? What, you think animals is just some cute name? Humans are weak by nature. Hippos, though, they can eat a whole croc. Can you? And dude, tigers? 4-inch canines and 700 pounds of pure fucking majesty. That's who we are, the alpha beasts of Night City, kings and queens of life and death. You sound like a poet. Say that again and you'll be wearing your jaw like a hat. Yes, well, is it true that you reject the use of cybernetics? Yes and no. Coprocessors can be hacked, so you steer clear of those. But retractable blades, metal claws, titanium jaws, leopard print tech leather, that's another story. Fascinating. Well, I won't keep you any longer, so let me thank you for your time today. Is there anything else you'd like to express to our readers? Don't fuck with the animals, Night City. We'll rip you apart, chew you up, and spit out the bones. Okay, so as much as I can recover this, I want to try and do this stealthy. Oh, crap. There we go. I've noticed I'm pretty weak, so if I can clear out as many before I inevitably blow it on the stealth parts. Oh! I was trying to get somewhere not here. There we go. But yeah, basically just being able to take out a bunch of people before the firefight starts makes it less likely for me to reload, which it seems is going to be a bit of a pain in the neck. Hey Vanguard Master, just dropping by to see how the stream's going. Very stealthy shoes you've got on. Yes, the height of stealthy fashion. Actually, I guess we might be able to see if we've got any improvements. I don't think there's too many people here, Vanguard Master, but I've not shared your good news because I feel like that's something that you get to share when you're ready. When the time comes, I'm definitely eager to. Well, I mean, maybe you just want to keep that a secret. But yeah, I feel free to boast whenever you are so inclined. Oh crap! So that guy's due for a system reset. This is a risky play, but I am gonna system reset them. Yeah, very fair point. But I'm definitely definitely not overstating it when I said you made my night when I got that detail. So. Okay, so I'm looking for something to try and distract people with. This one may wind up betraying me, but...
Can't hurt to look. I'm gonna make you bleed!
Okay, as much as I want to be fair.
Push the flag!
Oof. That's what I get for trying to be fair. Yeah, no, well, I mean, that's very, very obvious it'll make yours. It's just, I don't know, it's one of these things, as much as I can, I am not such a nice person that I'm always happy, when somebody else has good news. There are more than a few people where I'm like, oh, this guy's a jackass. You know, I don't want him to, I don't want good things to happen to him. You know, I wish I was not like that, but it's better to acknowledge when you're feeling stuff like this. I may have to switch up games if this is how loading's gonna work. I'll give it a shot because it did ultimately, work out. But like, if this is going to be, particularly when I'm doing a mission like this, if this is going to be the penalty for losing, maybe it's better for me to just do something something different. But yeah, no. But there's, especially when you get to sort of see from the sidelines how much effort somebody's putting into something, and finally see it pay off. That's always very rewarding. I'm going to take a quick second. I finished some sushi, so I'm going to dispose of my... Maybe I won't. Okay, I'm going to dispose of it after all because it's bugging me. Back in a sec. Okay. Yeah, so no promises that I'm going to continue with Cyberpunk if this is what we have to look forward to. But I'll do my best with what we got here. So obviously leaving a body on the ground like that's a dangerous move. Okay. I was trying to get that middle one, but...
There.
Oh, come on! Ah! But they had their back to me. I'll try one more time after this load, but I think if it takes this long each time to reload, especially because it's been like an hour for me to get started, that just feels like a really long time to go between rounds. It's all well and good for them to ask me to do this on GOG, but if this is the penalty of playing on GOG, I'm not entirely sure I can give this the most full-throated endorsement. It's not like I picked cloud saves to be enabled. I believe that's just on by default. There are actually a few options that I have in terms of alternatives I can do to Cyberpunk. I can try some data stuff. I can't do all of my data stuff because a lot of it is it's other people's data. But I have been working through a couple of textbookish things. There was a bit of gaming news that I thought was kind of interesting, and I wanted to like the big problem I have is I've noticed that when I try to experiment with something, like basically if I try to do something improvised and the presentation isn't solid, or like it isn't like fully rehearsed or something like that, the general response tends to be a lot of very nasty criticism for not, like, you know, if I make a mistake in terms, so like, I don't know, we could talk about a financial ratio, so like price to sales, and for some reason I'd forget sales as revenue or something like that. Or, you know, I spend the time looking something up. But I've noticed there's this tendency for people to kind of like try and pretend that they know everything and they never need to look stuff up. And I mean, like, sometimes, you know, I am very capable of embarrassing mistakes. So, you know, like, it's definitely, I'm not going to try and present myself as someone who is above critique, but you always kind of wonder what the point of some of this is. So like, if I'm sitting in a presentation, you know, and somebody, actually this, the best analogy I can think of would be to compare the experience in a lecture at university, compared. So like I had to give a presentation on this, it's like a replication I was doing, but they always wanted us to do a add a little something extra to the work. So it's a fairly complicated paper, so I'm trying to present this model that they're working with, and I forgot to put a subscript on one of my variables. So the equation just didn't make sense, and I realized the problem as soon as I put the slide up. But what really caught my attention, oh nuts, oh god damn it. Okay, I got a couple things I can do to help.
The van we're looking for.
Where the hell is...
Check out these.
That took way too long to get the... Okay. I'll still probably... Well, maybe I'll be able to get out of this. But I have a lot of healing I need to get.
Time to go alpha, baby! Make him
Trying to get a little bit better at using the ricochets. There we go.
A little birdie, don't be shy.
How the hell did he see me do? Okay, not even gonna. So yeah, that was a complete disaster, but we survived it. So. I have tried a little bit of time, sort of on my own, in Cyberpunk, and I've noticed I have a tendency, at least on the hard difficulty, to run out of ammo, which makes me think I should probably. Ooh, that was not the intended move. Although apparently that's a better submachine gun, so. But yeah, so I have a serious danger of losing or running out of ammo, I've noticed, for big firefights, which tends to suggest to me that maybe I shouldn't be using SMGs. I think some of the high single damage weapons like a sniper rifles might make a bit more sense.
We find you one way or another. Here.
Now either that was an unexpected voice line or there's someone else here. I should probably ping. Important notice to all units. Due to budget cuts, all work on the station will cease until further notice. All units prepare heavy equipment for relocation to surface. Secure tech drones and tools. Secure main entrance, corridors A through D, ventilation shafts. In the event of compensation delays this month, please direct your questions to City Hall, Department of Infrastructure. Jonas Lyman, Senior Engineer. Okay, 2 1Cs and a BD. And then we try for, okay, 1C, BD, 7A. Yes, okay. I already screwed up. So BD's. I don't think I've got a BD on the other side of these now. Oh, no. But I didn't have enough space. Brandon Foss from Cade to Waxy. Those cunts from Maelstrom ain't shit to me, but there's attention due to one Brandon Frost. Some of you remember the name. A few years back, he buried a few of us alive in concrete at an abandoned docks. Scroll to the next BD of it. It circulated a few days before we broke every bone in every BD dealer who touched one. The Frost is still out there. He finally crawled out of some rock he was living under. Thickest time we offered him a warm welcome. I want him alive. Okay. I'm not worrying about that one. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing someone threatening, but the pings didn't. It makes me think that maybe there's an outside part to this. Also, I'll confess, I'm actually a little surprised I didn't notice this. This would have made things a lot easier. Alright, lesson learned. There's loot, but turns out there's also more components to hack. Okay, I was so close to having this, and then I screwed it up. I might have been able to get this, the last one if I gave up some other stuff, but...
Come on.
Nothing to see here.
Swear I won't completely kill you.
Oh god, I could not have done that worse.
Got the fucker.
I am very lucky I didn't die on that. It is nice, however, that they're letting me heal automatically. I guess not fully automatically, but there's a solution to that. We enjoy Meat Delight. What? I'm just going to assume that that's horrifying pollution. Not quite sure what's happening to the ocean. Okay, let's never do that.
You just raked in a hefty heap of eddies and have those animals seeing red. See, I like folks who know how to leave a lasting impression. I think I'll close this contract and hold on to your number for a while.
Yeah, let's not do something like that again. So it seemed like there were a couple more... missions in the Badlands that I could do, and it probably saves me the trouble of going out there again. The other thing is I've noticed I'm a little less like I'm rambly, but I'm less chatty today. So this may also be a good time to catch up on any codex entries or shards that I've missed. Sorry. Oh, actually, I keep talking about how this always feels a bit like kind of a mix between Grand Theft Auto and the sort of Bethesda-style RPGs. Has anybody heard about Everything? Actually, I guess there's... Oh, no, sorry, it's not Everything. Everywhere. So, I think it's Les Benzies, former... kind of a former lead at Rockstar. Seems like it wasn't the friendliest of departures. I think there was a lawsuit in terms of and like unpaid royalties. But yeah, anyways, so obviously there's been something of a shake-up at Rockstar. So Dan Houser's gone. Actually, both the Housers are gone, but I think Dan Houser was the one who had been hanging on for a while, and then. Also the lead on GTA 5. So I noticed that the original name for the company, it was like Royal Circus something. But like basically it was a one-letter difference from the common abbreviation for Rockstar. So maybe it was like Royal Circus Studio or something like that. But yeah, anyway, so I think there was a lawsuit about that, and they've changed it to Build a Rocket Boy? Bard? I think it is. But yeah, anyway, so they were originally... Actually, I should wait till Vanguard Master's back, because we're chatting about game engines, which is one of the most boring conversations you can have with people who make things. But... it can be kind of fun in its own way if you do it in limited doses. But yeah, anyway, so this has kind of been a thing people have known about. It's a project that's been in development for a few years, and there's been a couple trailers for it. Apparently, actually, the trailer had been out for a while, but it seems to be a comparable structure, a very high degree of freedom like the Grand Theft Auto games, but it definitely seems to be pushing more for like enabling more player-generated content. I think this is kind of the name of the game now, right? So Fortnite is pushing even more Unreal tools. Dota didn't just have its origins as a Warcraft mod, but so much of Dota is now available to modify. Of course, we've got the auto battler genre that came out of Auto Chess, which was a Dota 2 mod. It's really clear that just so much of the stuff that we're enjoying is the product of modding, and people are recognizing that. And so, in this case here, they're part of the business model for some of these games really does seem to be about enabling that kind of material. I always feel 50-50 about something like that. There are some weird things going on. Okay, so I'm assuming this saving thing is what's stopping the mission from triggering. So I think what I'll try and do is take a peek. So I can hear a camera on the other side of that. I think I'm going to try and take a peek without getting too committed. I'll probably do whatever mission's on the other side of this thing, but oop. I'm not going to do a system reset yet until I know what we're up against.
New gig on the horizon. Militech detained a smuggler by the name of Bruce Welby at the border. His buddy wants him out. It's no surprise, but he needs someone to do the dirty work and make sure Bruce tastes freedom once again. Specifics attached.
Do not kill any Militech personnel. Alright. I don't know if knocking them unconscious counts, but I really do not want to have to reset to learn that. So sometimes you need a friend to lean on, sometimes you need a friend to break you out of an immigrant detention center at the Night City SoCal border. Smuggler Bruce Welby required the latter. Bruce tried to cross state line with hot cargo in tow, but it didn't work out as planned, and now he's been chained up by Militech border security already several days. His buddy and Militech employee, Archibald Crane, found out about the situation through the grapevine. I'll be damned if the Cuckoo Corpo actually decided to help his friend instead of towing the Corpo line, but he contracted me to get Bruce out of his cage. You're the missing element in this friendship triangle. Find Bruce, break him out, and escort him to his Chumbada, Archie. And let's make sure Militech doesn't notice a thing, okay? Get to it. One more thing. Archie says not to kill any Corpos, so what can I say? Client's always right. That complicates things for me, but... Okay, that is weird that I can't take out that camera. You're kidding me. I don't like it when it feels like things get to play by different rules than you. Alright. So I'm guessing So I'm assuming this thing won't count as detecting me through this either. Okay, it's a little inconvenient, but I... kind of makes sense. Nice stealthy approach. Okay, so I don't know if ping is going to do what I need. Oh, damn it. That's just wasted RAM, but still. I think one of the biggest things I want to look for is any other cameras. The second best, of course, is to find more Militech personnel. There is a limit to the number of people you can tag, but I think the thing that's really going to sink me is going to be... okay. There's got to be like a guard in there somewhere. Anyway, yeah, so the thing that's almost certainly going to sink me is getting careless with cameras. Okay, I've maxed out the number of people I can look at. I guess if those two guys are training, though, that's not the end of the world. Waldo Pepper, how you doing? It's very good to see you again. I am about to do an absolute clown show of a mission, I think. Actually, I probably haven't made that much progress since you were last here, but I've been having a reasonably good time of it. Again, the saves are screwed up for tonight, so... Oh, actually, you know what? It just occurred to me. So if that's where my ally is being held, this is going to suck for detection, because I can't turn this thing off until I'm inside. Okay, I'm going to have to remember that. Welcome back, Vanguard Master. I should ask the question I was going to ask before about the game everywhere. God, this is not going to be easy. Like, it's easy if I can knock him out, but I'm pretty sure a knockout counts the same as a kill for the purposes of these kinds of missions. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a quick second off of this to make sure that I've got this right. I'll just link the trailer. Yep, it's called Everywhere. So this is kind of a neat. So I started talking about it because of the Grand Theft Auto-ish element to the game. So there's a bit of a story to this. So there's a company called Build a Rocket Boy, and that started. I was actually kind of hoping you'd be back for this discussion because we were talking a little bit about engines, and as I said before, like talking about game engines is like fun in its own way, but it's definitely overstated in terms of its overall importance, right? Like there's lots of good games made in Unreal and there's a lot of terrible games made in Unreal. There's a lot of good games made in Unity and there's a lot of terrible games made in Unity. It's a lot of good games that were made with sort of custom tools, and like personally, I kind of think that that's a waste of time now. But I don't make games, so I'm not in a position to tell people what is and isn't a good use of their time. But if you go on like our game dev or whatever it is on Reddit, like you're gonna get very strong opinions about what the best game engine is and why, why you're actually. I noticed that some of the Unity presentations, there's like a bunch of people really invested in Unreal who like want to go in and like really let people know what's up. Yeah, that's probably true. But anyways, so Build a Rocket Boy is interesting for a couple reasons. So I believe the game started the company Build a Rocket Boy started in 2016. Wasn't called that at the time, but basically Les Benzies from Rockstar Games, probably best known as like the designer on Grand Theft Auto 5, but he's been with Rockstar for a really long time. I think he's worked from Grand Theft Auto 3 up, and of course other Rockstar games. I actually think he's also fairly heavily involved with Red Dead Redemption. The first one, not the second. But it also feels like there was a pretty pretty nasty split between him and Take-Two. So again, around 2016, it was sort of announced that he was gone. The exception, 60 months of this madness. Thank you very much, especially when I'm doing a big old chat about a game that's not Cyberpunk. And thank you very much for using that that emote there. I actually had something related to the emotes come up this week, but I will share with that. I'll share that later. But yeah, anyways, long story short, this guy very heavily involved with Rockstar for a long time. For whatever reason, left Take-Two. There was some legal action about unpaid royalties. Now, I did find, I've brought up Wikipedia here. So one of the new companies he set up was called Royal Circus Games, which I believe the contention was that Rockstar Games, RSG and RCG, this was deliberately intended to create a link between the two companies that wasn't necessarily there. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. But like basically everybody's kind of suing each other and mad and so on and so forth. But apparently this project called Everywhere started in 2016 using Lumberyard. Lumberyard technically isn't a thing anymore. Like I know Star Citizen's using it, but I believe that has since morphed into the Open 3D engine, which I'm not 100% sure how it goes. I don't like, maybe they just like Amazon sort of said, all right, here's Lumberyard, Linux Foundation, this is now your problem. But however that happened, they've now moved to Unreal. And again, like if you take a look at the trailer for it, which I'm desperately trying to find, it definitely looks very, very Grand Theft Auto-ish. But there also seems to be a very heavy, there does seem to be a very heavy, like user-generated content component to it as well. Oh, here we go. And the thing that I'm trying to figure out is if you look, I don't know. So this is like a big AAA video game, which means I'm assuming there's a bunch of copyrighted music in the trailer. So I'll leave it to everyone in chat to check it out on their own. So on the left-hand side of that page, there is the Everywhere teaser. Now that was apparently shown in Gamescom and like last year. But apparently Mind's Eye is supposed to be an experience within Everywhere. So I'm not 100% sure how all this stuff works. Which again makes it all the more interesting, right? But yeah, this is the new project. It's disgruntled Rockstar player getting tens of millions of dollars of investment in a big new studio, big new project, and it looks really impressive. But I'm going to shut up and move on, and if anybody sees anything that they're interested in those trailers, feel free to speak up, because I should probably actually play the game I claim that I'm playing. I should probably just leg it. If this guy turns around, I'm gonna be raging. Oh, come on!
He has no right to leave. Open fire!
I gotta get out of here.
Enemy contact!
Yeah, that could not have gone worse. Okay, looks like the cloud save stuff isn't borked anymore, so an hour into the broadcast, we're ready to do this proper. Five 7A BD 1C. I don't have the 1C to that. Thank you for the F's in the chat. The exception. All right, 55. There we go. Doing better than you. I thought you'd played through this. Or I guess you just said you'd played this, not necessarily that you'd gone all the way through. I'm wondering if there's an option where I go over the roof. Nope. Shouldn't have hesitated. The Max Tack Way by Matthias Maddox. So that teaser had you a little confused because of the different styles shown in it. Are they part of the same game, or were those clips from different portions of the game or different games altogether? The Mind's Eye thing looks very cool, though. It seems to like a very high-budget project. Yeah, so I believe the initial investment between a kind of a consortium of investors was £23 million, not dollars. But yeah, it's due out. Apparently, it's due out this year. So let me see exactly what the relationship between Mind's Eye and Everywhere is. So because what I think, yeah. Well, we've been talking about video game budget. So like I said, I have no business explaining the world to you, Vanguard Master, but as you could see from the substance of what I wrote you in the in reviewing your pitch deck, like as soon as we started talking about budgeting stuff, I was like, this is making so much sense to me right now. So I tried to give you the exact I'm sorry everybody, I'm going to be talking absolute gibberish for a little while to Vanguard, but yeah, like the stock example I gave you wasn't the best because of course the company that we were talking about, like that's that company's operations as a publisher, which can sometimes mean, you know, working with people like you. So you can almost sort of see that company as converting, you know, people and bricks and mortar into, you know, into things that you can put on Steam and, you know, kind of collect your share of having been. I mean, they're almost like banks, right? In the sense that they're sort of financing projects and then just kind of working out terms of returns. It's not exactly like a bank because obviously they're only going to give interest or something like that. But given that I sort of have that context and that understanding of what a certain scale of development works at, there's definitely more for us to talk about on along those lines, but maybe when we can speak a little more plainly about who you're dealing with. But yeah, like once I sort of knew, because, you know, obviously I've been able to follow this project you've been doing from its origins as like a GoFundMe Kickstarter, and I sort of have an idea about what your approach to this thing is. But, you know, it wasn't a surprise to me when you said what you did, and then when I saw the slide, I'm like, okay, I know exactly where this is going. And again, like it's a weird case where it's not even necessarily that anybody's wrong, but there's absolutely this collision of just two totally different worlds. But like I said, there's definitely more to. Yeah, exactly. And I think, like, again, we'll have many more opportunities to talk about this, but I think there is a certain point at which that doesn't necessarily scale. I think that's going to be the big worry / opportunity for you. But yeah, it's ultimately that. I mean, it's not that there is at the AAA level. There's definitely this case. So like one of the reasons why there's so much Skrillex stuff in like Far Cry 3 is that for those games, they actually get mad at you if you don't spend the whole budget. So you can actually be a penny pincher and you can actually make the game very efficiently. But they're going to be like, we've allocated these resources, you know, we're spending $50 million on a product. We want a $50 million product. You know, why haven't you spent the remaining 10? So then you wind up, then you just wind up going out and getting a lot of copyrighted music, which then makes it utterly impossible to play it on Twitch without getting a copyright strike. Thank you, D. Antwood, for making me spend like an hour trying to clean my video of your song. But yeah, like that's just it, right? Like that's obviously that's internal development at a large studio trying to make this like tentpole kind of a game. Whereas for you, right, particularly because you're looking for financing, like there's a saying, I'm on Mature, so I'm sort of allowed to say this. Let me see if I can find the exact Paul Graham. Do any of you know who Paul Graham is? Anyway, it's name rings a bell. He's he's probably better known for his essay. Well, no, that's not exactly. He's one of the founders of Y Combinator. Definitely well known among a certain type of like startup and just general tech audience for his essays. I quite like his essays actually. But definitely he's known as much for his writing as for his as for his work. But yeah, he's one of the founders. I don't think he's just one of the founders. I think Y Combinator was originally his like idea. There's multiple people who contributed to it, but I definitely feel like he was a major force behind starting it. For those of you who don't know what Y Combinator is one of the reasons why you're able to see me right now. It's a startup incubator. Some of the things that they've launched: Airbnb, Coinbase, Dropbox. I think they might have helped start up Reddit. Twitch was definitely one of the bigger ones, and actually, I believe Michael Seibel is now the CEO of Y Combinator. But yeah, anyways, if you're like one of these, one of these people who's really obsessed with Silicon Valley and startups and stuff like that, you'll know what Y Combinator is. And if you don't, you're not going to care. But yeah, anyway, so I can't remember exactly what it is. I got this quote from a really good book by Sebastian Mallaby called The Power Law, which is about sort of the rise of venture capital, and not too many projections in terms of where it's going, but definitely some observations in terms of how this model has traveled around the world. But the line from Paul Graham was essentially about the kind of restricted spending that you're doing, which is good. Every dollar that you spend now will be taken out of your ass later. And it's essentially this reference to the fact that yes, startups want to grow in this kind of work, and obviously what you're doing is very different from an OpenAI or a Twitch or something like that. But generally, the idea here is that these are major bets. Either it's going to go to zero, or it's going to have some preposterous growth that's going to just eat all of the other losses. And the whole game is to make these massive bets on the subset that you think is just going to go to these massive multiples. And so, but one of the big challenges, right, is that you, the founder, don't know if you're going to be one of these go to zero or have the massive payday people. And one of the things that there's a lot of pressure on you for is to show that you have that growth promise, right? You hear like the Series A, Series B, Series C funding. And essentially kind of these startups are given these tests to the market. Like there's people who believe in an idea, and there's a certain amount of money that's given for this idea. But that money's only going to last for a certain period of time. And then you need to go back to financial markets. Generally, you're not going to be going to the stock market. You're going to be going to other venture capitalists. And they're going to assign a value to your company. And it had better be bigger than it was before. And, generally when you start getting to sort of your Series C and that, the valuation is higher, you've got people who are betting on something that seems to be a little, I shouldn't say betting, but you should be looking at, you've got people who are looking at something that's a little bit more certain versus like the angel share angel share is a whiskey thing. Versus the angel investors where they're like really just putting some early money in an absolute hope. But the thing here, right, is that you want to have large growth. You're not going to be able to attract subsequent funding if you aren't demonstrating that growth, if you're not living up to the promise that these people had. And one of the ways people will do that is by spending a lot of money. But the thing is, you're giving up equity, right? And that equity, if you had equity in Facebook in its earliest stages, you'd be incredibly wealthy. But the more of that you give up in order to kind of finance that growth, spend all of that money, maybe you want a really good looking office so that you can show that you're a serious company. All of that you pay for at some point. And that's essentially what that quote is saying. And yeah, sorry, Waldo, I saw the, I saw your earlier chat, but I was in my full rant mode. So RPG only, never the game for PC, and you lost many characters in that game. Also, gaming stock talk is quite interesting here. I never think as much. Actually, yeah. So there is a stock thing I can talk about. So how about we wait till after that mission? We'll do an intermission. We'll go to just chatting, and I can tell you the little financial thing that I was going to do anyway. But yeah, thank you, Waldo Pepper. It's something I like doing. This stuff is kind of relevant to Cyberpunk because in the end, like when you have these critiques of capitalism and all of that, the only real difference is that startups were a thing in the time that Cyberpunk was being made. But I think the real concerns that they were running into was more the sort of stuff Mitt Romney was ultimately doing with Bain, both the consulting group and Capital. The Capital was basically just, we keep doing all this consulting and people don't do what we tell them to do. What if we bought the companies and implemented our what if we bought the companies and implemented everything we said we were going to do, and it turned out to be quite efficient. But the challenge here is that a lot of that efficiency comes through firing people. And it's the sort of thing that creates a tremendous amount of inequality. So, again, there's good things and bad things about it, right? Like the thing that always kind of bugged me about the way Mitt Romney was sort of treated was there's a lot of people who like to tout their expertise or like their economic bona fides or something like that. Romney seems to be the real deal. Like he genuinely has an impressive track record in terms of his ability to manage stuff. But of course, the big challenge here is that the type of efficiency that he's very good at is also the kinds of efficiency that people will attribute to that widening gap. And there's a lot of difficulty in terms of the like getting that balance right. It would be appalling to live in a society where you have people starving in the street in front of you, right? That would be, I don't think anybody would want to live in that. And more importantly, I also think people would not want to say, oh, well, the solution is we'll just put up these gated communities so you don't have to see what's happening. I think most people would find that a repellent system. But let's face it, I mean, for those of us here who pay taxes, it's never fun when you take, especially in Canada, when you take a look at how much you're paying for that stuff. Paying for Vanguard Master's old salary, financing his video game stories. Vanguard Master was protecting us, so we should be we should be happy that money was spent. Although I'm sure has opinions about how well that money was spent, which we'll not get into here unless he chooses to share. Because Canada there may be some people with strong opinions about Canada's expenditures on F-35s as opposed to submarines. But yeah, the thing here, right, is that nobody likes to work the amount that they do and then see so much taken out and then not really being able to articulate where the money is going. Yeah. There's a salary. Can you get hired? There's actually, if I'm not mistaken, there's a recruiting office not that far from where you live if you're still at the same address, Warren. But yeah, like this is the tricky one, right? Is that you want this engine of growth, you want this ability to increase the standard of living in a country, but you don't necessarily. Well, there's got to be. I can't remember if you were. I think you said you were an officer, so there's got to be a wish to sort of retain. I mean, so first of all, you've definitely been demonstrating some pretty effective skills with the meetings and the successes that you've been having. But I'm assuming just the amount of sort of investment and human capital in you makes you kind of attractive to keep around. Oh, fair enough. Okay. But yeah, in any case, sorry, I'm busy giving my Bernie Sanders rant. But yeah, no, the challenge here, right, is that you want there to be enough of a reward for people to be able to work and see the results, kind of the returns for those that work. But you also don't want to live in a society where you are confronted with the worst forms of poverty, like. And to a certain extent too, right, there is a bit of an argument to be made that if you have a certain level of well-being, right, if you can kind of count on a certain number of things, you actually enable people to kind of go out and do the kinds of activities that lead towards the companies that lower the costs of goods and services or create new ones, such as streaming or something like that. But yeah, again, I didn't want to focus too much on the Romney thing, other than the fact that it's like, it's a shame that people reduced him down to a caricature. I mean, to a certain extent, some of his campaign and some of the things he said made him what he wound up becoming. But it's a shame that there was actually a very clear idea between sort of two ways of looking at the world. And it's a shame that conversation, especially given sort of the Occupy Wall Street and all of the other things that were going on, it's a shame that the discussion of kind of the two relative merits of the relative merits of the two ways forward in that election weren't as highlighted. Instead, it was just kind of a lot of making up stories, and Obama's a socialist, and I don't know. Actually, there's Double Down was Mark Halperin and Josh Heilman. I liked reading it. It was a sequel to Game Change. Apparently, there was supposed to be one about the Trump-Clinton race, but I believe one of the authors was accused of some sexual misconduct, I think, and they basically took their half of the book and said they weren't going to do it. So anyways, I'm going to shut up and we're going to play Cyberpunk. Forward to the second edition of The Max Tack Way by Matthias Maddox. I was fortunate, after publishing the first edition of this book, to meet many people with fascinating stories. I spoke with people who lost loved ones at the hands of cyber psychos. I met the relatives of people whom I shot. Needless to say, not every conversation ended on good terms. After some time, I learned what questions to expect from my readers. Have you ever been shot? Yes, and I've lost count. Who was the most difficult person to kill or arrest? The 2063 Golden Springs Mall killer, more titanium bone and synth skin than man. What causes cyber psychosis? I'll let you know when I find out. Then at a book signing in Haywood, I was asked a question I had never heard before. Is there anything that keeps me awake at night? After a moment's reflection, I realized the answer was a yes. Perhaps not surprisingly, however, it was not nightmares of eviscerated cyber psycho victims, nor the shrieks and cries of my squad mates as they burned alive. Cruel as it may sound, I grew used to that. It was just part of the job. No, what caused my heart to pound as I lay in bed at night is the thought that one day I too could succumb to cyberpsychosis. The amount of cyberware I've incorporated into my body is substantial, far more than most. I try to drown the human parts of me that fear, that doubt. I'm aware just how fragile my humanity is, that piece of myself deep within that makes me who I am. One poorly clipped neuron, one hormonal overdose, and that piece may disappear forever, leaving behind an automaton with only one desire, to kill. In truth, I forced my mind to race so I would not have to confront these thoughts. Today, I still struggle with these demons, but I've asked my wife to keep a loaded pistol in her bedside table. If I begin to scream or rant incoherently in the middle of the night, I instructed her to empty the entire clip between my eyes. At first she objected, but our love is strong. It is thanks to my loving wife's promise that I sleep more soundly now than ever before in my life. Ranting at midnight is one of the signs of cyberpsychosis. Better make yourself scarce, chat. Okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, so first thing I gotta do is find that camera or I am screwed. It's like having a mosquito in the in the room you're in. Oh, there it is. Okay, so now I gotta figure out a way to deal with the Spec Ops soldier. I think we can just do a distraction here.
Huh. Commencing patrol.
Who talks like that?
I've got this.
Where's my target? Oh, there he is.
You Bruce.
Is this a test? Yeah, my pro... Wait. You're not Militech.
Easy, June. Archie sent me.
Archie? Archie Crane?
The very same. Don't go jumping for joy. Gotta get out of here.
Archie knew who to send.
You sat here long enough. Let's shake that rust
This
off.
guy's gonna be a problem.
Don't have to tell me twice.
A little worried about the... Ah, Jesus. Okay. Maybe we should try going out the way we came in. Front door might be an option. Ah! Okay, so we got a guy looking straight at us.
I'm taking fire.
This is our chance to make a run for it. Ah, damn it.
I'm under attack. Shoot to kill.
Sacre bleu! We're so close. I think if I just kept running, that would have worked out. Where are we at? Okay, I've definitely lost some progress, but I think I should be able to make it happen. I mean, I thought I was cooked based on the sound, but... So the one thing I don't want to do is move for the shard until this guy's walking away. Okay, not quite what I wanted to do, but...
Suspicious activity detected.
I mean, one thing I could try and do is reboot optics.
Goddamn buggy optics.
You Bruce.
Is this a test?
Suspicious
Yeah, my pro...
activity.
Wait. You're not Militech.
Listen, Archie ain't paying me to chit-chat, but to
Come
get you
out
out.
with your hands in the air.
Wait. Archie Crane hired you.
That's the one. He can't wait to see you, so move your ass.
Archie knew who to send.
You sat here long enough. Let's shake that rust off.
Me twice.
That is exactly why I was trying to avoid the conversation, but... Okay, so the gunner I was worried about before isn't looking this way yet.
I'm taking fire!
That doesn't work, though. Either need to find another way out, or... Well, we might be able to crouch our way past this.
him!
Definitely don't have the option to go back the way we came.
Contact! Contact!
So again, we've got somebody who's looking straight at us right now, but I don't think I need to worry about... Okay. So, guy looking out the window. Alright, we're good. It's weird to see them all triggered simultaneously like that. Now I am curious if he's going to hop on the bike with me or if I need to call one of my cars. Okay. Like a glove? I'm just wondering if this is going to... Yeah, this is how they park aircraft carriers, right? I'm actually just wondering if this car is going to slide in like for 15 meters and then just suddenly stop. Yeah. All right, fair enough.
Brucey, baby! We're starting to think we'd never get you out of that dump.
Archie, you piece
Does somebody
of
just
shit.
turn the sun on?
What?
It's because of people like you that camp even exists. I saw you behind the wheel. How much they paying you, huh?
Enough for me to buy your ticket out of here. You can thank me later. Right now, we gotta get moving. Oh, and V, if you ever plan on quitting Night City, careful around the borders. Accidents have a way of turning fatal.
V, I appreciate you handling things as cleanly as you did, and exactly as agreed. Bruce was freed and escorted back to Archibald. And the fact that you did it without unnecessary bloodshed isn't lost on me. The payment should be parked in your account by now. Contract closed.
Alright, we'll pick up the bonus and then I'm going to talk. Oh, sure, Waldo Pepper, actually, maybe If you want, I can hold off on the stock talk until you're back. I don't know how interesting that'll be for you. But take care, and the best to your family, loved ones. You'll probably even see Ray and Christine before I do. So, but yeah, take care. Thank you very much for hanging out, because I feel like I've been kind of phoning it in tonight. So this is not a bad example of one of the missions. Like this was very diverting. Like it's nice to have a couple of challenges, like trying not to take out Militech personnel. It may be that I could have knocked people out without any problems, but it's especially because the saves were not the most straightforward thing to handle for a bit. I wanted to err on the side of caution. But I guess the one challenge is, as interesting as it was to do that mission, like in the end it was just kind of breaking a guy out of a Militech compound. There's not quite the same sort of discussion that comes up as this idea of, you know, Johnny's taking over your head, or Saburo presumably attempting immortality through a device like the Relic, and so it makes it a little harder to discuss. I should probably focus on getting my goodies, but now honestly with the Wraiths I shouldn't feel that bad about taking them out, but 7A E9 1C.
No, you can't just... Can you just listen to me?
Thought this was going to be a little more straightforward than it actually is, but I'm just going to pretend that this guy doesn't exist. Find a way on the roof to get rid of the sniper, otherwise probably that, but they're going to be looking at... Also, there's a ladder, so... Okay, can we stuff her in the trunk? I'm cooked.
No going back now.
Wow, that doesn't do anything. Okay, that was sloppy for a million different reasons. But I'm not ready to give up on this quite yet. Now, she's moving to a different position. Actually, honestly, the easiest thing for me to do is just system reset this guy. Oh, did he move out of range? Interesting. I didn't even think that was possible. Okay. So I'm not quite sure what happened to the guy on the roof. Apparently he just decided to take a stroll. I don't even hate that he...
What do you want?
Yoink. You're kidding me. This is the worst possible place to have done that. So that leaves me short of places to put this target. Still don't know what happened to that reset that I did. But again, that was to get rid of the threat on the roof, which is now gone, so I'm not too worried about it. It would be nice to get eyes inside, so let's do another ping real quick. Honestly, this one we can probably just drop in place. Okay, so one person inside. I'm probably going to want to claim what's on the roof there. Let's deal with the last patrol on the back. Oh, interesting. Hang on. I see X on the ground. It may be that the system reset triggered inside the building. Yep, just was impatient. Okay, 1C BD 255s. Yep. So between these two, I need a 1C. It doesn't really matter which one I pick. Pathology of the Badlands. Have you ever dreamed of leaving the city for a life on the road? Has your child ever told you they dream of becoming a nomad adventurer? Mistake! The romanticization of these brave highway pirates is as common as it is harmful. These drifters are not as mysterious or noble as you might think. No, in fact, they are no different from any criminal organization, although even organization may be a stretch. These wandering bands are no more than chaotic jumbles of trigger-happy anarchists roaming just outside the margins of civilization. Descended primarily from the largely extinct agrarian society of the Californias and beyond, these outsiders have rejected the amenities of modernity and chosen instead a path of bloody revolt. They make rusted trucks and trailers their homes, denying themselves the basic necessities of running water and SCSMs. All this squalor by choice. Is this yet proof enough of their insanity? Of course, they do manage to scrape together just enough to survive. How, do you ask? Without factories, hotels, restaurants, and bars. They attack us, the transports of weapons and food destined for our businesses and dinner tables. As if not shamed enough already, they smuggle psychoactive drugs across our borders. Even known murderers and rapists. It's true! And even they themselves are known to to whore themselves out for contract killings. The bloodiest and most brutal that no one else would dare accept. You might think these self-proclaimed rebels, these fighters for a cause, would have some semblance of camaraderie. Nothing could be further from the truth. These scattered gangs of vagabonds and drifters are divided into dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller subgroups who are at each other's throats more often than not. One day they will unify to hijack a textile transport. The next they murder each other in cold blood as they sleep. Even their children join in on the bloodbath. While our kids receive games and toys for their birthdays, theirs are given rifles and rusty blades. But don't blame the children. Blame the parents for depriving them of a happy and fulfilling future. And for what? Some illusion of freedom, obscured by a shroud of resentment and envy? Each of them has the potential to become a future technician, netwatch agent, or even CEO, but instead they'll die alone in the desert, buried under the sand, all for a couple of ennies or a pouch of drugs. Still have romantic dreams of the Badlands? I didn't think so. My documents, archives, transactions, login Joe Scaloni, password Quadrotype 66, 2069 for Chris and the Aldecados, 2%, Thornton Colby, 2055, Mickey 6th Street, 3%, PMS Kale Biotechnica boxes, 3% to be sent to my chemist, and Yumiko Nakama Militech weapons, 5%. I hope that made sense to everyone. I will not repeat it. From what I understand, there's an upgraded ray tracing and DLSS 3 now in Cyberpunk. Unfortunately, I do not have a new... Well, I have a new, I just do not have the newest NVIDIA card, so those are not on display. But yeah, actually, Vanguard Master, one thing we were talking about, I probably could have been clearer on this. One of the things we were talking about was the, like the increased kind of footprint of games with higher textures. And one of the things I find kind of, so there's a couple of trends that are kind of interesting in terms of the divergence between consoles and PCs. Like, I'm primarily a PC gamer, but I absolutely recognize the very, very large share that the console market has of the overall gaming market. Also, just the simple fact that it's the most, actually, probably the most recognizable form of gaming to people now is mobile gaming. I know everybody likes to, like, not really think of it, but let's be honest here, right? This is going to be the main way that people play games. But even then, like, I can see there being a big appeal to the way, like, to just making things for console. Namely, it's a device that's specifically designed for your game. You don't need to worry about, you know, running all the different different possible systems and trying to come up with what the best recommendation for the, you know, the specifications are and all of that. But one of the ways that I think this is going to become more apparent is that the current generation of consoles, at least, well, I can't really speak about the Switch, but definitely the Xbox and the PlayStation have certain expectations in terms of data transfer from the storage to the parts that are going to be, you know, the parts that you can actually play the game off of. And that's going to have some huge implications in terms of what kinds of streaming you can do for the levels. So when I played Anthem, one of the things I really liked doing was trying to just move in very unpredictable directions and see whether or not I would be able to catch the world being generated in front of me. Because it's a big open world game where you're using a jetpack to fly around the place. And I can tell you, computers are not good enough to just render the whole world, you know, well, a world that looks like that all at once. And, you know, for it to have it anything, you know, look like anything but a PowerPoint presentation. And sure enough, at least in the earlier versions of Anthem, you know, I would be able to sort of trick the algorithm a bit, and I'd like find myself in an area and I'd wait a couple of seconds and then just the world would sort of pop in front of me. And that's just a chance for me. Like, it's a way for me to learn kind of how games are made and how they work. But for those of you who are not familiar with the internals of a computer, and I am by no means an expert on this, but there's basically different types of storage on a computer, all of which are intended to do different things. So one of the lower levels that you can have would be a hard drive, right? Magnetic disk flipping around. There's, I think, once upon a time you could get like 5400 or 7200. I'm pretty sure everything's like 7200 now. But it's finding the location on the disk, and it's reading it, and then it's sending it to the next part of the chain. The next highest would be solid state drives. Sometimes those are used. I think it's a SATA cable you use on those. But probably the newest, if you bought a SSD recently, you probably have bought an NVMe one, which sort of just plugs directly into the motherboard, and that has an even faster transfer rate. And all of those are intended for storing things. So, if you want to save a video or some music or, Word document or whatever, you put that on your storage, and you reasonably expect it to be there when you come back. Now, obviously, you're not going to need like an SSD for a Word document, but you may want one if you're playing a game like Cyberpunk, because it takes time to get the information from your drive to the next part of the chain. So what is the next part of the chain? The RAM. Now, the funny thing here is I think a lot of people overspec their computers and not realizing that it's completely irrelevant to the games that they're playing. If I recall correctly, Jedi Fallen Order was actually the first game that took advantage of 32 gigabytes of RAM. Pretty much everything kind of capped out at 16. So it's like when people say, oh yeah, Crysis, even modern processors can't handle Crysis. It's like, well, the easy answer to that is modern processors are relying on the fact that they have multiple cores, to divide up the work. Crysis isn't designed for that. You're running it on a single thread. Actually, I think there's a difference between threads and cores. But anyways, I don't really think that's the benchmark for the most hardcore gaming experience. I think it's just, it's designed for a particular kind of, job. And that's not necessarily the job that we're expecting a lot of our processors to do. In fact, if you were to plot, I've had to do this. If you were to plot clock speed, which, is basically the speed at which operations are synchronized, it's within a particular cohort, it can correlate with performance. But if you're comparing like totally different processors, it's not all that informative. Apple used to rage about this when they were using the Power architecture. Now, Apple's a more dominant company, and I think most people kind of recognize clock speed isn't the name of the game. But for the longest time, clock speed was thank you, Vanguard Master. Clock speed was the thing that you'd sell processors with. If you look at any econ literature on hedonic models for computer pricing, they still will refer to clock speed quite a bit. But you have sites like PC benchmarks or CPU benchmarks to give you more accurate measures or more informative measures. Well, accurate and informative measures of processor performance. But in any case, that's maybe a different conversation. Now we're going to talk about volatile memory. So we talked about RAM. Basically, if you had more than 16 gigabytes in your gaming machine, you were wasting your money. I justified it by saying that I work with large data sets, but I was doing it for bragging rights, just like everyone else. And I believe that's known as volatile memory. So the idea here is, if I'm not mistaken, when you shut off your PC, whatever's in the RAM doesn't persist. At the very least, there's no assurance of it. So maybe not the sort of thing you'd want to keep the family photo album on. For that, you would want a more stable form of storage. Now, of course, generally you would expect the memory, like you'd expect your whatever many gigabytes of RAM to be considerably smaller than your storage space. So, I've got a couple terabytes of space on this computer, one hard drive, two different solid state drives. and the a certain amount of RAM on this computer. Now the advantage here is that this is going from the RAM to your processor is a considerably faster operation. The transfer rate is that much faster, but there's less of it. So, this is one of the things where if people feel like their computers are going faster if they upgrade their RAM, sometimes it's just because they're running a lot of applications all at once, and what they've done is they're able to just kind of keep more available in that storage to be able to to be ready to go. You don't have to do that switching between the different the different locations, which ultimately will make things move faster. And then there's other layers. So like you'll sometimes when you buy a processor, you'll see like level 1, level 2, level 3, sometimes even level 4 cache. And generally when you see newer processors, the caches are larger. And it's a very similar idea. These caches ultimately are places where the processor is going to be able to store information for its operations. I think it's level 1 is fastest and level 4 is slowest. But again, they're faster than RAM. So again, the more of it that you have, the fewer operations you need to perform to just transfer everything around. And you're seeing speed improvements, which have nothing to do with the clock speed. It just has everything to do with the efficiency with which things are being transferred. So why am I going on about all of these details? It's to point out that when you develop a game for the current Xbox or the current PlayStation, the slowest part of the chain is going to be the transfer from the storage to the to the next level, to the RAM. And you also know that there's going to be a certain type of drive there, right? It's going to be a certain type of solid state drive. Whereas if I'm running on a PC, there's a very real possibility that I'm actually going to have a hard drive, and I'm only running it off of a hard drive. And this has some implications if you're making a game where you have certain expectations in terms of how quickly information's moving between the various parts of the chain, particularly with regards to streaming assets. And of course, as assets get larger and larger, that becomes more important. And so, to a certain extent, it's not just that you have these environments which are sort of tailored to your game, but you have, between PC and console, you now actually have sort of fundamentally different expectations for your players in terms of the sort of experience you're going to deliver. I suspect what we're probably going to see is we're going to start seeing solid-state drives of a certain transfer rate become a system requirement for a game. And if you're on a gaming computer, it's probably reasonable to expect that you're doing that. But, again, if you don't know any better, you may just put it on your hard drive and wonder why everything's not working so well. But another implication for a lot of this is our expectations for quality are going up. Vanguard Master and I were talking about the demand for higher quality assets because tools like Nanite are allowing developers to sort of realize these very beautiful environments with considerably less computational overhead than before. But what happens is there is this cost in terms of the size of the game to be able to produce those assets. Now, in one sense, this is a purely good thing for us because it's opening up more possibilities for us as gamers, right? No developer is necessarily obligated to use more space. But of course, we're going to expect, like, the fact that Naughty Dog basically grinds its teams into powder every time it makes a game, and the games are amazing. I haven't played them, but I've never heard anyone who says, "Oh yeah, I didn't like The Last of Us." Overrated game. I'm sure there's someone who says that, but they really do seem to just produce the kind of the standard that everybody else is trying to meet. But again, that's the kind of there's a reason why you hear about things like crunch, It's because everybody's now trying to meet that standard. And if they're not, then basically the people who do it wind up capturing more and more of the market for themselves. So in the end, there's going to be that competition to sort of push the quality. It's a reason why, one of the reasons why the Call of Duty games are so large now. They have uncompressed audio files. Why? Well, basically because they know that people are going to be able to tolerate a certain size of game, and instead of using processing power to, to run the audio codec, that processing power can be put towards some of the other things, a physics system, or rendering better images, or whatever, magic the people at Raven, Treyarch, and what's the other? Sledgehammer, I guess, or people who work on Call of Duty. But again, that's another example of the trade-off. And I think some people will argue that it also creates this situation where you're crowding out others. So if you have a live service game and you're able to crowd out the other potential live service games by being the only one on someone's hard drive, that's an appealing feature as well. I don't know how true that is, because obviously there's a breaking point where somebody's tired of you taking up so much space and they kick you off. But I don't know. I'm sure there's been a lot of analysis done into that. But one of the things that I'm finding kind of interesting, there's another trend that's entering in. Hello, Tikri. How are you doing? And that is, of course, the technologies like DLSS. So this is coming from NVIDIA. And what DLSS does, they take a bunch of... they use machine learning. Machine learning and AI kind of wind up becoming synonymous. I actually think specifically DLSS is using deep learning, which is a type of machine learning, I think would be fair to say. Or statistical learning, if I'm going to follow the, what is it, Tibshirani-Witten. I'm Hasty, Tibshirani-Witten, and I feel there's one other author I'm missing. ISLR. If you do ML stuff, you know the book I'm talking about. If you don't do ML stuff, you won't care. But in any case, they've trained this model on a huge number of images. And essentially what they've said is, give us a low resolution version of this image, and we're going to upscale it so you can have a mid-level PC, but you'll get the performance and visuals of a high-level PC. Or you'll get the high-level visuals without the performance hit. And again, I was talking about this before. DLSS 3 is available to the most recent NVIDIA cards, which I don't have, so I don't have access to that. But this raises an interesting point, and this is the thing that Vanguard and Master and I were talking about, which is if you are a AAA game, there's sort of this expectation that you're going to be providing the absolute best of everything. So if you look at something like Skyrim, which is obviously an old game now, but you have the option of downloading the better texture pack, even aside from, all of the different mods that you have available. But I think another potential trend that may emerge as the demands in terms of space go up, it may be that we hit a point where games actually start shipping with a lower texture, a lower sample in terms of the textures, simply because the expectation is that there is going to be some sort of super sampling tech that is running in the background and moving them up. Again, I wouldn't expect that at the high end. I think the high end, the expectation is going to be that everything is everything is available, because people are just going to say, oh, lazy devs, they only gave us 2K textures, where's the 8K? But I have a feeling that probably for mid and low, or even lower end games which are taking advantage of some of these other techs, that might actually be a way that they can keep the size of the game manageable. Because I like indies, but if you were to get an indie game that was 150 gigabytes, you'd think they're taking the piss, right? You wouldn't download it. So in order to avoid the burden on place, Vanguard Master will be the first 150 gigabyte indie you get. But yeah, no, right? Like, there's people are gonna have different expectations, and again, just keeping in mind, right, once you start thinking about how much effort it takes to transfer different things through different parts of the game. Again, there's different techs which are helping this out, but especially once you start getting to the bleeding edge and you are budgeting, all of your different departments, and you're saying you only get this many, you get these resources because we do still need to have like music and sound in this game. This sort of stuff does kind of matter on the margin. So, but yeah, anyways, this is, I'm almost kind of dedicating the chat to Vanguard Master at this point. But that was one of the things I was going to say. Is I suspect that what you're going to see is a bit of a divergence where the expectations to have like the 8K textures or whatever will actually be something that's for the quadruple A, I know is a term that's running around. I don't think quadruple A is at all informative. But I would suspect probably more mid-range games, which still look very good. But I have a feeling that in order to try and keep things manageable, I would not be surprised if you actually start seeing people rely more on the fact that, DLSS will just be an expectation, and you ultimately give them you just have that enabled automatically, and you feed the game lower resolution textures, knowing that the technology is going to upscale them. Who knows though, right? I don't make games. Archive conversation. Arnold Hapanik and Susan Parker. Arnold Hapanik. Oh wait, I never finished your answer to the question about Everywhere. So I believe that Nightwish game is a game within Everywhere, and Everywhere is going to be an environment in which multiple games are set. Some of which will be user-generated content. That's my guess. Bullshit, Gonk's a coward. Our numbers guy. No way he screwed us over. Also, hello again to Kree. I'm sorry I've completely alienated you from the chat. Well, he did. Who told you? Got a friend with the tigers. Remember when we sold them that iron? That time Mikey almost bit the dust carrying them over. Yeah, well, Mr. Math charged the tigers an extra 5%, but didn't tell us about it. That greedy little shit. I'll talk to him, but don't tell anyone else. We'll get the eddies off him. All right. Let's get my bonus. I kind of want to bring in my Delamain again so I can hear him say, "Yeah, yeah, faster, faster." Like a glove. Look. Okay, I'm just gonna sell the booze and probably that's it. Should read these though. Bluegrass, perfect for drowning sorrows, fears, and an uninteresting past. Bolshevik vodka with a kick of class revolution. God, I've got a lot of booze. Broseph ale, an ale of a beer. Broseph lager. Fuck it, have a lager. Boomlant. Pop a squat, take a shot. Jam Paradise. Swallow a load of bliss. Oh, God. I remember those ads. Chateau de Laine 2012. Only 200 bottled. Claim yours. Only 15 eddies, though. I'm not eating cat food. Conine. Cognac's cock of the walk. Synthetic meat. You're in for a treat. Curiosity killed the cat. You don't want to know what killed this. We'll get some of the less desirable items out of here. Moonshine, sour aftertaste, fuzzy afterblur. Oh, Dick and whiskey, whiskey. Anything else is just frills. Found my brand. Papa Garson, hey ho, and a bottle of rum. Pino Palito, a touch of class. Pitoro, cheap, but it could cost you a new pair of eyes. Ranver, beer for those who demand more. All right, that's the booze accounted for. I might even be able to buy a new car. 71, 52, 41. Okay, 41's the least expensive. So we'll pick up a gecko and then we'll head on to the next mission. Is anybody reading anything interesting lately? I think I mentioned on Wednesday I finished Creativity Inc. I really like that book. It's, for those of you not familiar with it, it's by Ed Catmull, largely about Pixar, but particularly managing Pixar and trying to retain its... So this was, I thought it was very interesting and probably relevant to a few of the people in chat, namely the game developers. But this is about the effort to try and create and maintain a creative culture as the company sort of grows, right? Like, I think, was it like 15, maybe 40 people when Pixar started? And I mean, it went from something supplementing film, George Lucas's company. Then they tried to make hardware. That didn't really pan out. I think at one point they were going to be sold to General Motors, and the deal fell apart. They eventually took on some commercial work, but the ambition had always been to create an animated feature. I cannot believe I didn't kill anybody. But for a really long time, it was a money-losing proposition. They could not find a way to pay the bills, and there was a real danger that the company was going to be shuttered, or at the very least that it was going to be repurposed to something that was not about animation. But what's so interesting is that comparatively little of the book is actually spent about that. Because I think in the end, this is probably something that I think a lot of people can relate to and probably have at least an intuitive understanding of. I think a lot of people would like to be more creative, and I think there's probably a lot of people who would like to work in various creative industries. I think you can probably narrow that subset a little bit once you remove the people who want to be the person who's created something but maybe don't necessarily enjoy the actual process of creation. But that exists anywhere, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of us would really like to make, CEO of Goldman Sachs money, but not to actually have to do the work that gets you that job, right? Or more importantly, keeps you in that job. That is not an easy job. So I am obviously not speaking from experience, but might as well pick a fight. Come on. But yeah, so like, it's not. I'm not even making a hard statement as to whether or not it's good or bad to be someone who wants to have maybe made like a you were the one to make Fortnite or whatever, without necessarily going through all of the trouble of the time when Fortnite's not Fortnite. But I just think it's fair to say that the idea of relating to the struggle of like realizing a project like that, and particularly to do so within the confines of time and budget. Gotta make myself scarce.
This ought to do the trick. Advance. He's hiding. Keep firing.
Hey, CPO Williams! Long time no see. I'm really happy to see you.
Reloading.
For those of you who don't know, CPO, I know you were streaming for a while. Are you still streaming at all, or I just want to know if I should shout you out or not? For those of you who haven't had the pleasure, CPO Williams is one of the, I won't say one of the oldest streamers, because I don't know anybody's age here, but is definitely one of the longest standing viewers, members, followers, subs to the channel. In fact, I also happen to know that this is really not one of CPO's types of games, so I particularly appreciate you hanging out at this time. But one thing that's actually really worth remembering is that for a while, CPO Williams was found the channel through my Crusader Kings 2 content, and before I started getting sort of the press keys for things, he was incredibly kind in sort of subsidizing the broadcast through like donating either keys or money for keys as I was as I was kind of getting started in terms of broadcasting. And one of the reasons I like to highlight that is that I mean, number one, it's just it's a nice guy, and that's worth commenting on its own. But like, obviously that was still a period where I had grad school going on. Twitch was a very different kind of a platform at that time. There was no such thing as subs. There wasn't transcoding for non-partnered streamers. It was definitely one of those times where you couldn't necessarily take it for granted that I would be doing the broadcasts. I'd kind of committed to making a go of it and like doing it somewhat regularly. But one of the things that was really nice about CPO Williams doing that was it took a lot of financial pressure off of me to stream a particular game that wound up being very popular with the broadcast for a while. And so to a certain way, one of the reasons I like talking about that is that it's good to acknowledge kind of the leg up that I've been given. And in many ways, there's a lot that I owe CPO Williams for that, because in the end, it was enabling me to do a certain type of content that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Now, again, I'm not going to completely, hollow out any of my own contributions to this stuff. Hopefully I, do my best in terms of doing the best show that I can. But certainly I got a nice early push, both in terms of a vote of confidence, but also the ability to do more, and something that sort of helped me find kind of a signature style with the system talk and all of that through that support. You're busy with school and work to even really play games anymore. So sorry to hear that. Now, something tells me that you were in school for history, but that may have changed, or I may have misremembered. Sorry, I'm recording when I should just be streaming. My apologies if I got that wrong. But anyways, it's really good to see you again. Order SKL 193802077. Chase is underway. We have a visual. Neutralize targets. Neutralize? Really? We could just detain them. Write in the report that you found them dead. There was an accident. We won't take them without a fight. There will be bullet marks. What, so now you're a fucking coroner? Sergeant, I just observed an accident. All fugitives were killed. Much better. Copy that. So we were contrasting one of the missions I went. Hey. One of the missions that I went on. Like, this is kind of interesting to know what. Like, obviously something really bad happened here. But there's quite a bit of backstory which I didn't quite feel present in the mission that we did for Dakota. Was history and social studies education, but you switched to elementary education. That's great to hear. Thank you for continuing to do that, CP. I don't like doing. I don't like taking attendance, but I do like. I do like to hear that people are still getting stuff out of what I'm doing. As you noticed, Hooded Horse has kind of replaced Paradox for that, but I'm hoping that the old world stuff and so the shift in style isn't too much of a. I hope it isn't too much of a culture shock. The elementary education side is kind of interesting though, because my dad was a school administrator, and I think he'd started in high schools, but I knew him as an elementary school administrator, and in fact he wound up teaching one of my classes, which is I would not recommend that to people, but as a result, a lot of the people I knew growing up wound up being elementary school teachers. So it's I have a certain, well, also obviously I like talking, right? So I do enjoy I think I just kind of have a natural affinity for anything involving teaching, but I definitely, in terms of elementary education, that's something that kind of feels more familiar to me just because of my upbringing. Tiberiosity, how are you doing? I didn't even know you were streaming today. I normally see you streaming around the time that I get started. How are you doing today? What were you streaming? Tiberiosity is a fellow Canadian, by the way. Give me your lunch money. Timer told you to come here. SnowRunner? How you doing, Tiberiosity? And Zenex 1212th of your name. I think you have been here before, but thank you very much. I don't have any lunch money to give, but thank you for threatening me on behalf of Tiberiosity, especially because as I'm fond of saying, you usually sign up for one experience on Twitch. I wind up being a very different kind of experience, and so I do not blame anyone for looking for greener pastures. But I do appreciate you showing some support to Tiberiosity, because Tiberiosity has definitely been a big friend to the channel and a big supporter of the channel. So, how much longer am I streaming, or should you just watch the VOD? I mean, tough to tell, Tempmine. I will caution you that the start of the start of the broadcast had some trouble. So it may not really be worth it to watch the VOD in any case. My normal time for streaming would be, 20, 30 minutes or so. But I kind of have enough in the tank for probably another hour or so. Yeah, I don't know. I would probably say no longer than another hour, so we'd be about two-thirds of the time through. Sorry, I can't give a more precise answer than that, but I don't. I basically go with a target of 3 hours, and if the muse moves me, I go further. But I don't like committing to. I don't like committing to stuff that I may not be able to deliver. What else was I saying? Yeah, actually, Tiber, you recommended. I think you recommended SnowRunner ages ago, and I think I have access to it on Game Pass, but I want to try it. It actually seems really good, but I still haven't followed through. Transfer received. Thank you. I hope it's a good match. We'll never know. What else was I talking about? Education, CPO Williams, what a nice guy it is. It's always nice to be able to hold my beer moments in games. Yeah, this is the either mod or the DLC that needs to be added in Cyberpunk. You gotta have the get the nomads out of the ditch job. Beaten, you need to lay down? You'll be listening. Thank you for stopping by, Tikri. I did actually just see a message on Twitter, which I think you're the only one I really talk to on Twitter, so but I do hope you've got your name in for Book of Hours. Whenever it arrives. Oh God! No! Oh, are we back to this nonsense again? Okay. Excellent. We're going to take a small... I'm going to switch to just chatting for a little bit, and we're going to do the stock thing I was going to talk about while this is loading. I'll keep an eye on it, so I've been kind of crappy making you all wait for even one load game like this. But this was something that somebody pointed out on Twitter, and I think is kind of interesting. This is kind of improvised, though, so you will have to forgive me for the inelegance. Or okay, never mind. Well, you know what? Here, we'll get it out of the way. This might be kind of neat. All right. Behold, Yahoo Finance. So we're going to open a few, we're going to open up a few game companies. So Stockholm. Ubisoft. These are really the only two that I need, but we might as well have some fun. Sorry, Paradox, Ubisoft, Take-Two. I wonder. Well, okay, let's start with this. So the observation that someone made about. Oh, I always find it interesting that people follow you on Twitter when you've made a grand total of like 3 posts, all complaining to different game companies about stupid things that they did, like the guys behind Back for Blood. I wonder if that'll ever be fun again. I try. I wish I was a little bit better at Twitter, but I've noticed it's a hard one because like some people just want stream information from that. Some people just want the article, and some people just follow me because of the articles that I write, and other people want like Twitter information. I'm not 100% sure how to keep everyone happy. Right now, I primarily use it for stream information, but I do, when the muse moves me, I'll talk about other things. But anyways, we'll start with the originalist observation that someone made, which is the market capitalization with Paradox Interactive and Ubisoft. Now, Ubisoft is based in France, so it's in euros. Paradox is based in Sweden, which uses the kroner. So, yeah. Okay, so 1 Swedish krona is worth 0.87 euros. Probably the easiest thing we can do here is just take the value in euros, which is 2.746 billion. And that translates into 31.55 billion Swedish krona. Why does that matter? Well, it's basically because Paradox Interactive is in krona, 28 billion. So, I mean, let's be clear. This is not the same number. 3 billion is not a rounding error. But these are very, very different companies. And I think a lot of people were very surprised when they looked at this number. I had an opinion on the sharing of that detail, but it's very attention getting, and it's not something I would have expected when I took a look. Hello, Dendrian. How you doing? You were playing Graveyard Keeper a little while ago, but I think you were back to Against the Storm tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Lots of good streamers in here. So we had Tiberiosity, CPO Williams, although former streamer, possibly future streamer, depending on how education goes, and Dendrian. But yeah, so one of the things that's worth remembering is the relative size of both companies. I think Paradox Interactive is a company that has been growing, but it's not one that you would compare to a you know, a Ubisoft, an EA, or an Activision. Oh yeah, that's the other company I should bring in. Activision Blizzard's market cap is going to be a little bit different, just because of the activity. Well, maybe that's another conversation that we can have. But I'm curious what they have under statistics, whether or not they have employment information, because headcount is something that people do use as a measure of firm size, and within an industry that makes sense. But it strikes me as the sort of thing. Okay, yeah, so 656 full-time employees, and then you can compare that to 20,000 for Ubisoft. I heard that there was a little bit more to that story. That may have been reported a little too early. I don't know, though. I mean, like, LucasArts used to make games, but now effectively they're a holding company for... yeah, so now you know why they're... now you know why your business is interesting, Vanguard Master. Anyways... So it's fair to say, like, you know, Paradox is growing as a publisher. Originally would have been considered like a small publisher. probably is closer to mid-tier, but I don't even think Paradox necessarily knows what they are. And you can see that they've become bigger and bigger in terms of the types of games that they are trying to take on. So I think Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 was definitely an indication of the kind of game that you wouldn't necessarily have seen Paradox attempt before, but it's of a much larger scale and sort of them taking the next step. And I mean, one of the things is that I feel like companies like that probably feel a need to grow and take on bigger projects, because if they don't, then they just wind up acquired. But again, let's return to the point. Even if this is a question in terms of perceptions, a company of a couple hundred people being valued, shy of a company of a few thousand is a pretty remarkable. Oh, that's right. I know there was City Skylines 2, but you're right. They've announced, like, it's just a title right now, right? I don't think they've done I don't think they've done I haven't done like a trailer for it, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've checked at the latest announcements. Actually, City Skylines 2 is an interesting one, because you notice that Paradox's style has been to start like partnering with a company. And there's usually one of two things which happens. Either the company goes with a different publishing partner for the next game, or they wind up acquired by Paradox. So like Triumph Studios was acquired. They put out Planetfall and now Age of Wonders 4. Harebrained Schemes started with having Battletech published by Paradox, but was then acquired, and now they've got the Lamplighters League. But Obsidian did Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny for Paradox, but they took Pillars of Eternity 2 to Versus Evil, and then it didn't make any money, and they wound up acquired by Microsoft. But the I kind of feel two ways about that, right? Because it does sometimes make me wonder with some of these partnerships with Paradox whether or not people are actually finding them difficult to work with. So in the case of Hardsuit Labs, I believe they had to have a number of layoffs because they were basically pulled from Bloodlines 2. But I mean, that's one project, and we don't necessarily know all of the details on that, right? But anyways, I'm kind of moving on. Whatever the case, Paradox is growing as a company. But the other thing that's really telling about this is there was a story that people were talking about for another reasonably well-known video game company. I don't remember what... Yeah, I don't want the pink sheets. Wait, really? That can't be right. Huh. There we go. So this one we're going to need to go for a bit of history, right? Do you want to guess which... do you want to guess roughly where on this chart Cyberpunk was being anticipated? We need to do the conversion again. So this would be Polish zloty. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, come on. I'm just going to denominate everything in euros now. So for CD Projekt Red, we're at 28074. I'm sorry, this is taking longer than I had planned, but that's not right, is it? 244? Oh, fair enough. I guess it's right. Okay. So, why do we care about this? Let me just get its current market cap, 1105. Okay, yeah. So as you can see, compared to Ubisoft, like CD Projekt Red is basically nothing. 2.35 billion compared to oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm reading this completely the opposite way. No, 235, it is still reasonably large. 244 for Paradox, and Ubisoft is 2.89. So they're actually a lot closer than I had originally thought. If we were to take a look at CD Projekt Red prior to the release of Cyberpunk, it would have been valued about 4 times that. So somewhere around, 8, let's say 8 billion just for the sake of the argument. So, like 4 times a Ubisoft, which gives you an idea. Again, it's worth remembering that there was that GameStop short squeeze that happened, and one of the companies, Melvin Capital, that that got affected by that, actually made a bet against. Again, I shouldn't call it a bet. They shorted CD Projekt Red, and that was a smart call on their part, because obviously they realized a pretty decent return off of maybe people being a little too excited about the prospects of the company. But what I wanted to highlight on this is that this is the danger in using market capitalization as a measure of the size of the company. What you are basically plugging into is this idea called the efficient markets hypothesis, which more or less says, there's like a strong and a weak version of it. The strong version of it says that effectively financial markets are efficient. They are taking in all of the publicly available information at any given time. And so effectively, any gains to be made from the stock market are either you having information ahead of everyone else, which kind of implies insider trading. I mean, maybe you just get lucky. And then, of course, just getting lucky is that otherwise it's effectively random. Now, there are individuals who have done very well in financial markets where I think it would be fair to say that this is more than just chance. You may pick different names than others. Warren Buffett is one that comes up very frequently. People who are proponents of the efficient markets hypothesis would say that ultimately Buffett is being rewarded for the risk that he is taking on by taking on these undervalued assets. Yeah, some chances that someone will find something on the floor and it's the most valuable thing imagined. Dumb luck just happens. But I think there's also examples that you can get of people like Edward Thorpe and Renaissance Technologies, Jim Simmons, and obviously the rather infamous Mercer. That was their company. I believe neither of them are really attached to the operations anymore. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that there are people who rather consistently are making money. And I don't think it's just market making that they're doing. I don't think it's the fact that they're finding those arbitrage opportunities and sort of bidding them away. I do think that there are inefficiencies that will appear at certain points, and that some people are better equipped to be able to take advantage of them than others. A really good example of this would be on one of my credit cards. I had the opportunity to borrow at effectively 0% interest. They charge an upfront fee, so I think the effective interest rate is something like 2.20% or something like that. But my normal bank is offering me a GIC at above 5%, or was at the time offering it above 5%. It was actually close to 6%. So I do basically what the bank is supposed to do. I borrowed as much as I asked for a limit increase on that account. I took as much money as I possibly could at that rate and just put it in that GIC. And, about 8 months from now, I'm just going to collect, the money that comes off of that difference. Now, again, you normally expect banks to do it the other way around. They give you a pittance for your savings, and then they're going to lend it out to some sucker who's got, doesn't pay their balance in full, and they're paying, 19 to 21% interest because Canada has got terrible interest rates. But, for whatever reason, events have conspired that one bank is willing to lend to me at incredibly favorable rates, while the other one is willing to borrow from me at not necessarily very favorable rates, but ones above the ones that the other bank is willing to do. Now, you would think that probably the bank should be talking with each other and resolving that themselves, but I'm not going to turn down an opportunity to get quite literally free money. And as a consequence, that's an example in terms of, that's an example of an inefficiency that probably shouldn't be happening, but does. Like, in the end, you would expect that there's a bunch of other people who are given that offer, do the same thing that I do, and things kind of hit the equilibrium. But the idea here is that if you believe in something like the efficient markets hypothesis, then you can genuinely say that Paradox Interactive is about as valuable as Ubisoft. Even though one hires 600 people, the other one hires about 20,000. The problem with this is that if you want to take the victory lap for being worth, a little over 2 billion euros, then you also have to take the blame when the stock price goes down. It is worth remembering that Paradox has actually gone through some rather troubled times, right? It was very highly valued, and then it kind of went into a valley, and then it's sort of enjoying one of its higher bumps. If you go to the max, you can sort of see this, it's been in places like this before, right? There's definitely an upward trend, which normally happens with a growing company, right? But there's definitely been these periods of tremendous exuberance. And it's fair to say, you'll notice the gap between the expectations and the reality in terms of the company's performance. And certainly the expectations for the first quarter of 2023 are very high. So if Paradox misses, it's not necessarily, you wouldn't necessarily see the share price go down. If their guidance is lower than what people are expecting for quarter 2 2023, I suspect you will see this go down by a lot. And this is the problem, is that ultimately the market cap is multiplying the share price by the number of shares outstanding. And so what this measure is essentially what financial markets are the value that they are willing to assign to the company. So when we were talking about startups and their valuations, again, it's based entirely on how much equity are people buying for a certain number of dollars. Does this have any relation to the fundamentals of the company? I'd say in the long run, yes. If a really, really good deal seems to exist for an extremely long time, somebody's going to take it up. whether or not it's reliable in the short term, no, I don't think financial markets are perfectly efficient. So, but if you want to be focusing just on things like market cap, you would say that, okay, well, Paradox apparently has like discovered the secret code for making good games. And obviously people want a piece of that action and they're ignoring Ubisoft. What's actually happening here is that you have one company that's really not going through a good time. Ubisoft, I think it's fair to say, has not been delivering its best work. It probably has some good opportunities ahead of it, right? They've got a bunch of Assassin's Creed games coming out. I think there's a couple of Tom Clancy properties coming out too. I think Rainbow Six Siege is still turning in fairly decent amounts. But you can think about things like, I think Skull and Bones has been delayed multiple times. The Avatar game, right? That was supposed to be coming out in time for Avatar 2. I don't even know if that has a release date now. I don't think anybody's really heard of the Star Wars game. And they have a number of labor problems going on right now. They haven't necessarily really resolved the issues that have been with that company for a few years. So it's fair to say that I think there are reasons people are unhappy with the current state, and as a result, the valuation is quite low. This would, under normal circumstances, make Ubisoft an attractive acquisition target, but I don't really see Microsoft buying another big publisher. And more importantly, Ubisoft has actually fought off kind of acquisitions like that before. So I suspect probably most people are not interested in that kind of a fight. So I suppose you can kind of get the idea here that I'm a bit skeptical in terms of valuing companies just based on market cap. They'll tell you something, right? In the end, you've got nobody goes into the stock market wanting to lose money. You've got reasonably intelligent people doing the best estimates of what the company is worth, trading accordingly. And, again, like I said, I do believe a somewhat weak version of the efficiency market hypothesis in the sense that, like, there is some information you can get from the market. I don't take it as constantly updated, perfect image of what the real values of things are. And so one of the things that you can sometimes do to try and normalize valuation is to take a look at a number of statistics. And a lot of these are really well known, right? So one example you would have here would be trailing price to earnings. So in this case, this would be the share price divided by the earnings that the business has got. So that's profit that you're talking about here, revenues minus the expenses. And in this case, in order to buy, basically to buy a share of Paradox, you are paying just shy of 43 times its earnings. So if you were to like completely own Paradox at this price, and then every dollar of earnings that it made went into your pocket, you didn't, you just paid that out to yourself as a dividend, it'd basically be like buying a bond at a 2.3% interest rate. The problem here, of course, is that at least with a bond, let's say it's a government bond, you have a pretty reasonable assurance of payment. Nothing's guaranteed, but if the government's having trouble paying its bill, and let's assume that it's a large and stable government, if the government's having trouble paying its bills, you probably have some other tough problems to deal with. So in contrast, I mean, the problem with Ubisoft is you can't really give it a price to earnings because it actually didn't make money last quarter. So that ratio doesn't work. But let's take CD Projekt. Oh God, they're at 44 too. I did not realize how, and I forgot Take-Two had a loss as well. All of a sudden, EA is actually looking like a fairly valued. I've been interested in EA for a while, but I've always thought its valuation is too rich. But comparing it to like Ubisoft and Paradox, it's actually looking like a deal. But yeah, so EA is priced more modestly. So again, if we were to do this hypothetical bond, right? If you were to claim Electronic Arts, put all of its earnings into your pocket, if you bought it outright, you get 3.2%. And again, why would you not want to do this? Well, because if you go to my bank, you could probably get, a return of about 5 or 6%. And you can do that without a risk. Well, I suppose if you invest more than $100,000, which you would be if you weren't, if you were buying a company, you wouldn't have the CDIC insurance. But you get the idea, right? So what people are essentially buying is the growth potential. If you're buying something at this kind of a price, you have very high expectations in terms of what the company is going to be doing. Another option that you have would be to take the revenues that the company is generating. So this would say the trailing 12 months. This is most recent quarter. So in this case here, it's a very similar measure. It's basically saying if you take all of the money that Paradox made without considering how much it paid to generate the revenues that it did, you're paying about 15 times every dollar that it makes. Ubisoft, you're paying about 40 cents more. Sorry, everything's here is in like kroner and euro. The nice thing about these ratios is you don't need to worry about the currencies they're denominated in. But obviously I'm switching currencies. I'm just going to say dollars because it's what I use in my country and it's easier to think about that way. But in this case here, you're paying about 38 cents extra for every dollar that Ubisoft is making. CD Projekt, you're again about 15 times paying $15 for every dollar that it brings in. And in the case of EA, you're paying $4.30. The problem with this valuation measure, of course, is that various companies are more or less efficient in terms of turning those dollars into profits. So like if you're a supermarket, the margins are really, really low on that. You can't charge extremely high amounts for like carrots. Otherwise, people are just going to go to the other, unless you're Whole Foods. But like for the most part, you can't go that much higher than your competitors. Generally, what you're going to do is you're going to try and find a more efficient way of getting goods into customers' hands, and the money that you'll be making comes from being able to lower your operating costs, either because of scale or because you've figured something special out. But if you take a look at this, these are all companies that make and publish games, right? I believe all companies considered here have both in-house development as well as publishing with other parts. Actually, no. CD Projekt is the only company that doesn't publish other people's games out of these. So this is technically the outlier. So again, the problem here is that in addition to considering the growth prospects, one of the problems with considering price to sales is that the company you're buying may be more efficient than others at turning those revenues into profits. And of course, profits are the things that presumably you're going to be keeping. If you don't pay the expenses, you're probably not going to wind up generating those revenues. It's also fair to say, well, again, there's the expectations for growth as well. If you expect the revenues to grow substantially over the next few months, next few years, you're willing to pay more for them because what you're buying are the expectation of future cash flows, not the previous cash flows. And this is the other big challenge, right? Is that there's no guarantee that because a company was profitable in the past, that it's going to be profitable in the future. This is the worry that people have about Ubisoft. It's not necessarily... I've noticed here that it says forward PE is 2137, so people are expecting it to be profitable in the future. They're still trading at a valuation lower than what's expected. So if we were to assume that the analysts are correct in their forecasts, and they're not, what's the forward? So what, they're expecting them to lose money next period? That can't be right. 234. We can calculate that ourselves. $110. That can't be right. Is it annual, maybe? Sorry, I'm just gonna. This isn't. No, yeah. I can't take 1/4 and turn that into a proper forward. I'll leave it. I'll leave it be for now. It's not that important to go through. By the way, some of the measures of that efficiency you can get in terms of profit margins and operating margins. You also can do return on assets and return on equity. There's also return on invested capital, which is a different, also a different number. You can also take a look at things like quarterly revenue growth, but again, you're building the assumption that they're going to be the same as they were in history, which often isn't the case. Another factor that might be important as well is dividends. So dividends is money, will be money that goes into your pocket, compared to, money that goes into your pocket isn't reinvested into operations for the company, and so you may want to factor that into your return. So, for instance, what I gave this hypothetical bond of like taking the trailing PE and saying like if you bought Paradox, this is what the return would be at this price. The thing I should have done was also included the dividend yield, because that is money that you're going to see from that. Again, assuming that there's money to pay that dividend. So what's the best way to value any of these companies? I don't know. I think the number of employees isn't very meaningful. I think it would be fair to say, even acknowledging that Paradox is experiencing a period where people feel like they can do no wrong, and Ubisoft is sort of beaten down. Like if you take a look at the 5-year performance, right, from 79 to 21, you're not happy if you've been holding Ubisoft. It's fairly clear to see why people have big expectations for Paradox and don't necessarily have that for. I shouldn't be looking at share price for it, by the way. I should be taking a look at the historical financial information. This is annual, so this would be going, well, 2019 is not going to be that informative. This is actually almost more informative here. But yeah, this is one explanation in terms of why you're seeing the market capitalizations being very different. But again, if you want to be measuring like the size of these companies, it is worth remembering that once you do the conversion, I'm just going to turn this to 0.87. So if we take the trailing 12 months of revenue from Paradox, so if I were to express this in euros, this number would be 155,156.76. So obviously compared by revenues, how many dollars people are spending on games and DLC for these two companies, Ubisoft is absolutely massive compared to Paradox. I actually want to do this for CD Projekt as well. I think that might be educational. Holy crap. That's going to be really small. Actually, not that far off from Paradox, 188,279 when expressed in euros. So again, Ubisoft is just a much larger company by one measure, which is a little bit more closely tied to the day-to-day operations of that company as opposed to what people are willing to pay for it. Now, it's common for people to say, like, none of this should count as investment advice. I think it's quite apparent that I'm just more talking in terms of whether or not this factoid about Paradox being as big as Ubisoft by market cap, whether or not that's saying the thing that people are sometimes trying to convey by it. Again, remembering that people used to call CD Projekt Red the biggest publisher in the world back when it was 438 zloty as opposed to its current 110. Actually, I don't think it would count as the world, maybe like the second biggest publisher. Whatever stat it wound up being when it was 4 times, the market cap was 4 times the size. This was, again, a reflection of what the market was valuing it. It wasn't necessarily a reflection in terms of how many units of The Witcher were being sold, let's say. But what I am going to do is I'm not going to try and argue that this is the best comparison that you can make. But there is kind of an interesting trick that you might be able to do. So let's take a look at Activision Blizzard. So Activision Blizzard enjoyed a nice little bump. Actually, I maybe will say, I don't think this is like a disclosure that I should make, but I will say it anyway. I do actually have shares in Activision Blizzard right now, which is the only of those, one of these companies we're discussing that I have shares of. It's like nothing meaningful. I'm not going to move the market by movement or whatever. But just because we're getting a little bit closer to a conversation about valuation here, you may want, this may be worth considering. And actually, if you can just give me one quick second here, I have to send a quick message off. Okay. So why is Activision Blizzard interesting? Like, in the end, aren't we just kind of doing the same exercise here? We can take a look at market cap. You know, if we wanted, I could say, okay, well, what would it be for... I'll do this. Actually, it's almost 1-to-1. So yeah, it's clear at a market cap of 66 billion, Activision Blizzard is considerably larger than any of the other companies that we're talking about. I keep forgetting how huge this company is. But why is this an interesting one for us to take a look at? Well, it's because right now Microsoft has proposed to buy this company. Now, there are a few things that happen when you want to do an acquisition. So first of all, you need to convince shareholders to part with the shares that they have. And generally, people are not going to part with shares that they think are going to be more valuable in the future. You want to get some sort of a fair return. For a very long time, actually, if you take a look, let's say the 5-day, you'll notice that there was a big bump that happened today. And this is the effect of the news that the UK is very likely going to rule in Microsoft's favor as far as the effects of competition on the acquisition for... basically that there won't be competitive concerns as a result of Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, which it's not the only hurdle. I think so. They need to clear the EU and they need to clear the FTC. I think the FTC has also said they're willing to fight on this one. And I notice here, actually, it says that they've narrowed the scope of the investigation. So, but yeah, and it's fair to say that, you know, positive news has resulted in a jump in the share price. But for a very long time, you know, after the deal was announced, it's been hovering around the 75, 77 range. Now, it's worth remembering that Microsoft has offered to buy, actually, I think if we go, I guess this would have been around the time that the deal was announced. I can't remember when this deal was announced, but surely it wasn't at the $45. In any case, the deal from Microsoft is $95 a share cash. You're not getting shares of Microsoft. You're getting shares of, like, you are getting a dollar value for your shares. And this was kind of a consequence of the big drop in share price that was happening as a result of all of the kind of the scandals that were rocking Activision Blizzard and the California lawsuit that was brought against them. And one of the things that makes that interesting is that, so first of all, so why isn't this thing at 95, right? Because if you can get $95 a share, in principle, you're getting $10 of free money just holding on to Activision Blizzard. And again, this is one of the reasons why I'm saying please don't take this as investing advice. I think it's already been demonstrated that I have a narrow understanding of these things and I'm more discussing in broader terms. The reason why this thing is $10 less than the exercise price is because all of this regulation business, right? It's gone up because the likelihood of somebody blocking it has gone down, but there's at least, so nobody said it's okay yet. And more importantly, there's two other entities, even if the UK ruling is a signal that they're okay, you still have two other regulatory bodies which can kill this thing, or at least make it so unattractive that Microsoft doesn't see it as worthwhile, that they think it's better to pay the breakup fee than to continue with the acquisition. So this is the reason why there isn't free money. I mean, again, if you have a dead certain belief that this deal is going to close no matter what, you can see that as free money. But the world does not work according to our whims, no matter what that secret book or whatever the hell it's called tells you. But what does become interesting here is you may want to play around with these valuations in terms of certainty. But, you know, one thing you could say is that if we were to say, okay, the fair value of the business is what a private buyer would be willing to pay to take it private, this actually gives us some information here in terms of Activision Blizzard, right? Again, if you think that you don't want to be pricing in the risk, you would want to raise the share price to 95. But you can calculate all of these different ratios. So like at 84.39, it's 41.14. Actually, I can take a quick second and do the calculation. I think that's like 12%. Yeah, so trailing price to earnings of 46. Forward price to earnings is talking about people's estimates of future earnings, which again, maybe they're accurate for Activision Blizzard. They may not be accurate for Paradox Interactive. Another thing you could do would say, well, we could take a look at price to sales. So, for instance, you say, okay, here's what the profit margin for Activision Blizzard is. 20.10, 22.14. What is it for Paradox? Considerably better margins. So this is potentially the justification for the higher price. So one example I would give you would be, okay, if we're saying that Activision Blizzard, if taken out by a private buyer, is worth, some 40 times its earnings, 46 if you take it at the Microsoft price, and if Paradox's margins are higher, potentially that makes it a more attractive company than Activision Blizzard, and all of a sudden this valuation is looking a little bit more sensible. And maybe I'm wrong to say, hey, this is kind of weird that this company is valued as much as Ubisoft. Obviously, effectiveness ratios. I can't tell any story along those lines. Again, you have limits in terms of what you can accomplish with these different measures. But again, it's fair to say that Activision Blizzard, this considerably larger entity, once you reduce it down to the price that somebody's willing to pay for this particular asset, it would actually argue that the valuation of Paradox Interactive may be more fair. One of the things that I think makes that a bit of a difficult argument to sustain is I think there is something about the fact that Activision Blizzard, like the size of Activision Blizzard, that makes it particularly attractive to Microsoft and makes them more willing to pay up for that company. And so perhaps using the Activision Blizzard valuation isn't the most appropriate compared to, a Paradox. Paradox would be a relatively small acquisition for most of the suitors that are considering it. And so, basically you'd sort of need to say, it's like, okay, is the premium that Microsoft is paying, would they pay the same premium, or would a buyer for Paradox pay the same premium to be able to get access to its more efficient system, apparently? I'm going to make an argument no. Because again, if you take a look at a plot, or wait, they don't have a plot of the financials. It's fair to say if you actually take a look at Paradox's year-over-year profits, they're very lumpy. Actually, you can already see it here, right? So net income, 630,447. Well, sorry, it's denoted in thousands. So 630 million kroner. Year before, 247 million. Year before that, almost 500 million. But year before that, 374, right? This is all over the map. You can contrast that with an Activision Blizzard. I think they've actually had a little bit of bouncing around too, but this will be education. 1.5, 2, 2.7, big drop last year. 1.5, 1.5. But this is little like. The one thing you could say is like, okay, they had a couple good years, but you're looking at about, 1.5 at this point. Electronic Arts, I would expect, probably is pretty consistent as well. Well, I can shut up. What happened here? Or maybe what happened here is the better question. Now you know why I'm not a financial analyst. What do you mean, Dendrian? Sorry, I'm a little tired now. But in any case, the point that I kind of wanted to make out of it was just, I thought, first of all, I wasn't aware about the relative market caps between Paradox and Ubisoft, purchasing a company for something other than its valuation-specific assets that they want control of. Well, that's what I'm arguing with the Microsoft thing, that I think a fairly effective tool for valuation is to actually take a look at deals that have been struck to take companies private, because it tends to be a lot of analysis that gets done in that, and particularly if you start looking at comparable companies in aggregate, you can get a good idea. But what I mean when I say that the premium that Microsoft is willing to pay for Activision Blizzard, I don't think it's the most fair comparison for something like Paradox for that very reason, that Activision Blizzard is such a large and sort of, I'm sorry to use this term, but game-changing acquisition for Microsoft. It gives them access to Call of Duty, which is such a major property. And it gives them a significant amount of leverage in terms of getting people into the Xbox ecosystem. Like even with the promises to keep it on certain consoles, but basically the fact that they can add Diablo, Call of Duty, theoretically even World of Warcraft, but basically if they're able to add all of these different products to something like Game Pass, makes that acquisition valuable to Microsoft in a way that an acquisition of Paradox by pretty much anyone would not be valuable in the same way. So the consequence for that is that the premium that Microsoft is willing to pay for Activision Blizzard is higher than another company. And a consequence of that would be if you base your valuation on Activision Blizzard, and you essentially you think the fair value of the company is what it would take to be private, you're going to overestimate the value of the other companies, because not every other company is the size of Activision Blizzard and has access to the IPs and the sort of the market. I mean, the one thing I don't want to say too much is like the market shaping potential of it, because of course the whole reason why regulators are looking at this is the market shaping potential, and the fact that people are worried that prices will go up for because of anti-competitive reasons, as opposed to going down because of increased competition. So if you believe that the Activision Blizzard acquisition is something that is actually able to move the market, it's actually a very good argument to not move the market as in the stock market, but like shape the market for games in such a way that there is this profit-taking increase in prices for Microsoft. It's actually an argument for that acquisition not to go through. I just personally don't believe that that's the case, because as you know, Activision Blizzard learned with Respawn, if you screw your creative principles, they're going to run off and they're going to found another company and they're going to go work for the other guys, and you're going to be left with, admittedly, a very successful franchise, but people have the option of picking up and going and making something bigger and better. I mean, Jade Redmond is, founded or led multiple companies. I believe she's in a Sony studio now, but yeah, no, I just, if I wasn't clear on that, we're more or less, I think we're more or less on the same page on what you said there, which is that the $95, if you were to use that as a valuation, one risk in doing so would be that Activision Blizzard is valued higher, specifically because of what it gives to the only company that can afford to buy it, to take it private. But even with that in mind, right, if you say, okay, the 12% discount to that 95% price brings it close, the premium that Microsoft is paying because it's specifically Activision Blizzard and specifically because they're Microsoft is 12%, you can still take a look at those statistics, and on a trailing basis, it would suggest that Paradox isn't all that off from its quote-unquote true value. If you want my opinion, though, I think Paradox is probably overvalued, that people are paying way too much attention to a particularly good period for them, that Paradox has always been volatile in its earnings, and people are going to freak out when it doesn't shoot all the lights out. And they're going to overcorrect, and the company is going to be worth considerably less. I have no idea what's going to go on with Ubisoft, because they have kind of been disappointing people over a long period of time. But I suspect probably it's a little bit more beaten down than it should be. They're not going to be experiencing losses for a long time. Actually, so Reuters, Ubisoft vows to get operating margin above 20% in the medium term. I think they have it within themselves to turn things around. I think it's going to be a harder job for them moving forward. I have no idea how to think about CD Projekt Red, because essentially they are relying on these major releases of huge games. Clearly, The Witcher and Cyberpunk are going to continue to sell forever. Like, they're just going to be able to rely on a certain amount of income that comes from making those games. But this is a studio that's effectively relying on being able to come up with a hit every few periods. I suspect, if I could own any of the, if somebody were to give me gifts in terms of shares, I'd want Electronic Arts. It's just the fact that I still find it weird to spend, 30 times trailing earnings for any company. But the thing is like Electronic Arts, one of the reasons why Electronic Arts performs the way that it does is it has so many different sports franchises, which kind of provide it this lower, this lower bound of earnings. But it also may be that some of the shine's worn off because they missed estimates and the numbers revised down. But anyways, mostly I just kind of wanted to talk about the fact that Paradox is valued at the same number as Ubisoft, But when you start talking about that, to me, it opens an interesting question, which is, how do you figure out what these things are worth? Because technically, if you can figure out what these things are worth, then you should be in the stock market. You should be, you should be buying things that are priced at a value less than their worth, and selling the things that are overvalued. But everybody's trying to do that. That's why the stock market is thought to be an efficient pricing mechanism. And most of the time, people wind up disappointed and lose money. Which is again why I don't think I said anything all that convincing to make people take their hard-earned cash and put it all into GameStop or something like that. But this was more of a question in terms of on what basis do you believe the story that says Paradox is basically worth as much as Ubisoft. I hope that was a somewhat interesting diversion for people, but I have a feeling that went on a little too long, and I should probably sit down. Actually, some context for this. When I am not reading the stuff that I think leads to a fulfilling life, I've picked up McKinsey's valuation book, Demoteron's valuation textbook, and I'm not good at it, but I think it is helpful if you're an economist to be able to basically read financial statements, right? Like you don't have to be an accountant. You don't have to be able to, to sit down and really be able to figure out every single line item, but just being able to look at a financial statement and say, I roughly understand what this thing is saying. I know, here's what R&D is, and I know this thing is included as R&D, but this other thing isn't, is helpful in terms of just being able to do good analysis. But I've always been really curious about the EA thing, because EA has always had this very high multiple, which again, taking a look at other businesses or other gaming businesses, apparently isn't all that high. And I've been trying to understand that, and particularly one article I've been wanting to write is this story about people considering an acquisition of EA. I, for the most part, have not believed those rumors. And mostly because I don't see the argument for buying an EA at that price. I think if EA were to have a big stumble and its price were to go down by a lot, it would be a very attractive acquisition target. But at the moment, I think any price that people would pay for EA would be more than what you probably should pay. Ah, interesting. Yeah, so just to be clear, I am definitely not doing anything even remotely close to a proper financial analysis. I don't know if you want to say specifically what you do, but what I'm essentially kind of trying to get at is the sort of thing that you would approach in I'm assuming something like a first year investment analysis textbook, which would be, what is the particular set of measures that you use to determine the appropriate valuation of a company, right? The reason why I like the private company approach is essentially because you're farming that work out for other people, and if you have a number of companies that you can do that for, and this is the great gift that Embracer has given us, right? They're buying everyone. I feel like we're a little bit more informed in terms of what people are willing to pay for these kinds of assets. But I'm sorry to be repetitive on this, but clearly there is a limit to that. And hopefully one that I've been as clear as I can. But Vanguard Master, if I don't say the names of things, do you mind if I talk very briefly about the stuff we talked about a little bit before? Because like I can give a very concrete example that's related to your specific. Yes, yeah, .com stuff is that's a whole that's a whole other story. But it's I mean it's a valid one. What I find most interesting about this, right, is that those types of valuations, to me at least, again, understanding that I don't work in finance. I have worked at a bank before, but that was before I went to university, and I was working on the credit side.
Militech's new mobile radar unit on the border? Well, it's bad for smuggling, bad for the Aldecaldos, and definitely bad for me. I want to know what makes it tick, but I need to get my hands on it first.
This looks like a nightmare.
Snatch me that radar, and I will make sure you're well compensated. Details attached.
Yeah, okay. So we talked a little bit about how your current approach may not scale, right? This is also, I highly recommend Creativity Inc., by the way, if you do find yourself in a point where you are hiring more people, because I feel like you will probably find some commonalities with what Ed Catmull is talking about. But one of the things that I think they want to understand about your thing, like, you know, there's the test as to whether or not you can deliver. But the next step is, if you do deliver on something like that, where you start looking at those ratios, you're looking at the possibility that they will want to acquire you. Because if you can actually deliver on what you claim at that price that you do, that really is the case where possibly you know something that they don't, and that you are able to do things with a level of efficiency that is kind of consistent with what all of those other valuations are saying, right? That, you know, when you put $1 into this company, you get, you know, N plus $10 back, whereas if you put it in this other company over here, you know, you just get N dollars back. And obviously being able to keep costs down or to make something very attractive. Again, like the image people get of profitability tends to be this idea of some consultant that comes in and just tells everybody, you know, fire the middle managers, you know, basically do what Elon Musk is doing to Twitter. You know, fire as many people as you can, don't pay your bills, and, you know, you'll make the same amount of money, but the difference between what was, you know, the amount that you got rid of is now money that goes into your pocket. It never works that way. There are great examples of people who've done turnarounds. I know people like talk. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. Carlos Ghosn. Like he basically, I think he turned around 2 car companies, if I'm not mistaken. Everybody knows him now for being like smuggled out in a crate, smuggled out of Japan in a crate. But he's written a bit on the process of turning around companies. It doesn't have to be this like Night of the Long Knives, or, you know, the sort of stuff that you see in like old movies, like where Michael Douglas is like, you know, raiding a pension plan and like firing everyone. You know, it is also, I mean, like, you know, not to sound too Republican, but like, ideally what happens is a company makes its money by making a product or service that we want to buy. And hopefully, you know, as it gets more experience doing this thing, and as technology develops, and, you know, maybe they're able to attract the brightest and the best, or, you know, all the things that just kind of go into running a business, they're going to be able to do so at lower costs, again, because they've scaled up their operations to a level that, you know, they're able to take advantage of economies of scale. Or, again, just by doing this thing over and over again, they've learned a better way of doing it. Or, some of the stuff we were talking about, the stuff that Japan did a year ago, like the idea of, anyone on the manufacturing line being able to stop the manufacturing line, and that leading to improvements in quality that ultimately had greater savings through both reputation, but also, just minimizing the amount of rework. All of these are things that don't involve like lowering the number of person hours being worked, i.e. firing people. But it is the thing that we're always worried about, right? Because that is absolutely a way that some people make their money. But yeah, like part of the story that we were talking about, Vanguard Master, is basically that being able to deliver really does potentially show that, the people who can do something like that may have developed some, I'll say, just a production technology. Keeping in mind, when I say technology, I'm not talking about like computers and flying saucers. I'm talking about, the Greek techne, way of doing something. That essentially there's a combination of factors, and part of it is the ability to just have good ideas and implement them, that allows someone on a quality adjusted basis to make something, and I mean, arguably in your case in absolute terms, but on a quality adjusted basis, to be able to make something at a lower cost than everyone else. And again, quality adjusted can mean, on the upside, you make the most amazing video game that anyone has ever played and everybody wants to buy it. Or it can mean that, you hire only people from sub-Saharan Africa at the average wage, and, that's, you pocket the difference. And somehow you're able to, make a game that is of equal quality to stuff that's being made in California. But anyways, that was the part I was sitting on for so long, and I think I've not let the cat out of the bag, but that was kind of some of the stuff that was underpinning a lot of those different ratios and a lot of the discussion in terms of various efficiency measures and such. And it's this idea that being able to pull off some of the stuff we've talked about does actually mean is like, oh wow, how much does it cost to make this ours? It's probably better when we do a one-on-one. But yeah, sorry, I kind of abandoned the AOL thing, but the AOL example is great, especially because now again I'm going on because this is a very Cyberpunk thing, I feel, but if I'm not mistaken, AOL's valuation, like, so the smartest thing that AOL would have done at that time, of course, would be to sell as much stock as possible, because of course all that money goes into the company, and they can use it to weather the inevitable popping of the bubble. The shareholders are going to be pissed, but I mean, it's a little bit like people saying that Facebook's original IPO was a failure, and it's like it depends on who you're talking to. Like, for all the people who, like, the IPO is referred to as a liquidity event because all of those venture capitalists we were talking about earlier in the stream, their money has been locked up in this thing that they can't necessarily cash out of. And so being able to have an initial public offering, being able to be traded on a stock exchange, means you can finally get a return for your return, i.e., well, you've got your return on paper, but that you can actually finally get money for this thing that you put money into years before. And usually a multiple of it if it's you're one of those clever or lucky people to have invested in a Facebook or an Uber. But the traditional, at least my understanding, the traditional IPO, the expectation is like there's the price at which it goes on the market, and there's a certain amount for it to like go up. It's always nice to see the value of the share price go up at the start of on the first day. But from the company's perspective, all things being equal, that can actually be a bad thing, in my opinion, because it means you left money on the table, right? Your company was worth more, and the people underwriting the IPO didn't do it right. I mean, this is the thing. There are people underwriting the IPO, and they don't want to lose money. So there's a reason why there's a certain buffer that's put in. So I think it was Merrill Lynch that did Facebook. And it was called Facebook at the time. It was called Meta later. But in the case of Facebook, it went out at a certain price. And I believe it closed at a price that was less than the IPO. Now, if you're somebody who bought at the IPO, you are unhappy, at least on that day, because on paper you are less wealthy. If you had held on to it for a few quarters, you would have seen a pretty tidy return, because I'm pretty sure it did very well shortly afterwards. But if you're Facebook, you are very, very happy, because it essentially means that you wrung out every last bit of value in terms of IPO. So your initial investors have been well rewarded, but more importantly, you've got more cash in your bank account. You've got this arsenal with which to either, fund your expansion or conduct your operations, or if you're paying a dividend at that point, what the hell is wrong with you? But it's a good thing from the perspective of the things that it enables you to do. There again may be other concerns in terms of perception and so on and so forth, but again, presumably over a long period of time, people are going to care less about those short-term perceptions and more about what you've actually accomplished. And presumably, if you use the money well, people will sort of follow along. But the AOL, sorry, that was a massive scaffolding for the AOL thing. If I'm not mistaken, AOL used its absolutely preposterous valuation to finance the acquisition of Warner Brothers, or I guess it was Time Warner at that point, which is like the minnow swallowing the whale. I don't even know if I would imagine by revenues probably AOL Time Warner was a considerably larger company, but okay, cool. I always feel on shaky ground on this, because it's not exactly like I'm hunched over a Bloomberg terminal watching the .com bubble, in real time. I've never touched a Bloomberg terminal, although I believe I work in a building that has at least one. But yeah, I mean, again, I don't necessarily. I think history has shown the wisdom of that, wisdom within quotes, of that particular acquisition. But it's when I take a look at the meme stocks, right? Like the GameStop, the what is it? It's a movie theater, AMC. It's kind of hard to say what the right thing to do there is. I think probably the worst thing those managers can do is to actually try and run the business in accordance with these maniacs who are causing weird things to the share price. If you try to appease people like that, you put out your cryptocurrency or whatever, you are asking for the ass kicking that you are eventually going to get once everybody comes to their senses. But, I mean, it would seem to me at those insane valuations, you do what those companies are doing, which is to issue more stock. Because if people are willing to overpay for your business, and it's going to give you, again, more ammunition to do your job, it seems like that's a really, who wouldn't take favorable finance? It's like me taking that 0% interest rate and then giving it to my bank for 5%. But the problem is that you are also bringing in a bunch of people who are going to be mad about the fact that they put money into your company that they lost. But I don't know, on paper it seems to make more sense. So again, whether or not buying, I suppose to a certain extent, AOL Time Warner is at least a real thing that generates real revenues. So I suppose it's not a completely bonkers acquisition, although And I mean, if it was today, it would probably be a very ordinary purchase because essentially everybody who's an internet company is buying a content creator so that they can have exclusivity for their streaming systems. So really, AOL was just ahead of the curve. I should probably read this mission and do it tonight because I've like gone for another hour, but I feel like I've gone for an hour on like related but not directly related topics to Cyberpunk. But Vanguard Master, I see you have to head off at an age where your bedtime is getting earlier and earlier. You stayed up too much. Yeah, well, I mean, you had good reasons to be up late, but yes, you are working 14 plus hours a day, 7 days a week. And you need to take care of yourself. So thank you very much for hanging out. It's a pleasure to chat as always. I'm sure we'll talk again. But you gave me a good excuse to do the to talk about the relative valuations of publishers. It was something I was going to talk about anyway because it was Shams Georgiani who commented on the Ubisoft thing. But like I said before, you know, hopefully the people at Paradox don't feel like 20% less clever when the company returns to its historical price to sales ratio. Yeah, for sure. The Badlands are a fragile ecosystem where each piece has an important role to play. Change one thing and the whole circle of life starts to unwind. Militech doesn't seem to understand and set up a whole operation to cement the borders. They have a prototype mobile radar unit that they use to track Aldecado transports currently moored at their latest outpost. We get our mitts on that. The Aldecados can reverse engineer themselves a jamming signal designed to beat the new Militech toy. Once those transports are invisible again, the ecosystem will be restored to balance. Okay. So I think probably the most sensible thing right now is to deal with the sniper on the water tower. How I handle the rest of this is...
Exactly why the badges will be guarding the perimeter. I'd rather use my own guys. Okay, I see.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys down there. So this is even less about taking out the guy up above and more about he may notice me. Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna make a guess that the thing I need... Okay, you know what? Let's just make this easier. They're not a major threat, but it's just easier to get rid of figures like that, and then I'll just wait for the reset. Actually... I hear a security camera, which is concerning, but... So I'm trying to think if it makes sense to try and blow these bots up or just leave them be. What I am going to do is remove the tags off of them just so I can get a better idea of what's going on the left-hand side.
Okay. I want to lead the mission myself. Yeah.
Actually, a ping is exactly what I need right now.
Of course.
See if there's anybody down there.
Yeah.
So who's talking? There we go. So I'm thinking I could probably just drop from that roof, or that hatch in the roof. But I'm a bit worried about this security camera that I hear. Especially because I don't know that the van is in there. So I could just wind up pissing off a bunch of people and... I don't DM Chromie. I do own Cyberpunk Red now, though. I think it's a really cool setting. The only drawback is that I feel that tabletop is discrimination against the lonely. Which is just a fancy way of me saying I don't have anybody to play with. So I'd love to. I do have a very limited exposure to Cyberpunk because I like Android Netrunner. And from what I understand, that's based off of a card game by Richard Garfield called Netrunner, and I believe Cyberpunk 2020 was the setting for that originally. So I'm slightly familiar with the setting. One example is I thought the sequence between Yorinobu and Saburo was really interesting. I really liked that bit. But I also felt kind of the gravity of that moment was not quite as clear. Just because I can imagine somebody who is not familiar with the Cyberpunk setting just sort of saying is like, so who's the old man who just, like, you know, it sounds like a pretty standard, you know, father-son fight that I've seen in other stories before. Whereas, you know, I think it's reasonable to say Saburo is the most powerful man in the world. Yes, no, I am familiar with Friday Night Firefight. That's I believe the name for the rule system, like the combat rule system in Cyberpunk. Yeah. I mean, like, obviously, this, like, the Pondsmith property is operating in a setting which exists prior to the RPG. That's got to be the vehicle. Oh, I just need to scan. So, you know, there's going to be commonalities anyway. But yeah, I if I'm not mistaken, as you say, it was the Wizards of the Coast Netrunner that.
Okay, but I want to lead the mission myself. Yeah, it'll be better that way. Trust me.
You know what? Screw it. Run for your lives! The one thing I will confess, I love the brain dance sequences. Because I'm in the earlier stages of the game, I don't know if there's more about the Matrix or cyberspace or whatever it winds up being called here. Because definitely, like, Netrunners or, like, so I believe, like, Edge Runners in the Cyberpunk setting, so far as I can tell, would refer to basically the mercenaries. Like, it's not a title specific to people who are going into cyberspace, metaverse, the net, whatever, you know, term you would apply. And that tends to be the sort of character I'm most interested in, right? You know, it's the old neuromancer character.
Fantastic job, B. Beautiful, really. My people are already tinkering with the radar. Militech is in for a little surprise. A job well done. Your payment is coming in hot.
And I think one of the reasons for that is when I think about the sorts of things that, like, why these characters are compelling and probably why I am interested in them. Oop. That was the last contract you'll see from me, V. Thank you for everything. I'm glad our paths crossed, and I hope that they will again someday. I have a parting gift for you. It is already waiting for you in the garage. Take good care of her, and think of me when you get behind the wheel. Safe travels, V. You know, you have in a number of different settings, whether it's Shadowrun or... well, actually, I shouldn't just keep it on role-playing games, but sure, we'll use Shadowrun as an example. you kind of have the idea of the corporate wage slave, and who are the characters you kind of look up to in these ones? Well, usually they're hackers, and they're operating in cyberspace, usually with stories that have been written before we have the internet. And so essentially, that's amazing. We have these characters who sort of break the rules and are quite literally going into the world of ideas, right? These are the creative people in an environment which is looking increasingly bleak because of trends in terms of globalization, deregulation. Basically take a big bundles of 80s policies, and get really stressed out about it. If you like the movie Network, all the stuff that Howard Beale is talking about, is sort of underpinning that. So again, as a result, I always have this great fondness for these types of characters, and as a result, if I get a chance, I like to play a character like that in these in games of these settings. But I think it's also fair to say, like, when I consider most of the things that I see in relation to the cyberpunk setting, there is a lot more about, modifying your body. Lots of very physical characters. And even then, this is stuff that's still present in the original, in some of the original stories as well. Ooh, tarot card. So the description of the bartender that Case talks to in Neuromancer, in a world of sort of affordable beauty, the fact that somebody chooses to remain ugly is sort of a statement in itself, is one that that's one that really stuck with me. Or, the other famous line from it, the street has its own uses for things. It definitely feels like the physicality of Cyberpunk is a lot more in line with that. But again, it's a very different way of thinking about these worlds, because in the end, the sorts of things that I wind up very attracted to are tend to be, I guess deep down I'm just a big old Platonist. The world of ideas and the trickster character. Well, no, I like Snow Crash too, so the trickster character that goes in and causes trouble. But the other thing that's neat too, to refer to the thing you're specifically talking about, the Friday Night Firefight, I think there was a Reddit thread where somebody had, like, they did some analysis. They sort of looked at some sharpshooters, firing at different distances, just basically different training people at shooting ranges and such like. And they did some measurements in terms of how often people hit the target relative to basically the sort of things that you could measure in that system. And they commented on the actually, you know what? Let me see if I can find that online. I've already spent so much time talking about, finance associated things. I think people won't mind an informative Reddit thread. So let me take a quick look. There's The Genius of Friday Night Firefight by Farad, and you'll notice that Mike Pondsmith actually comes in, the real Max Mike. Says the reason Friday Night Firefight combat is so realistic is because I very deliberately set out to simulate real ranged weapon combat as closely as I could. Damage, for example, was based on muzzle velocity, bullet weight, and referenced against real ballistics damage reports from the Army and FBI, as well as two buddies who were actual Ranger medics in Iraq. Range difficulties came from police and FBI records from real gunfights and range data. I also own and shoot a variety of handguns and rifles, so I have a pretty good feel for how they feel and operate. But there's no because there's no replacing experience. Oh, that's really cool. I gotta get my hands on a first edition then, because this is something that interests me. Like, I am not a game developer, but I am really interested in what goes into some of these choices, because, like, I do have a background in film, and obviously, if you just think, like, so the stuff that you and I take for granted in a film or a game is something that actually requires a degree of consideration. And like can border on philosophy to a point. So consider the idea of a cut in yeah, actually, so one of the things that I first thought about when I read that thread was actually the combat in John Wick, which I have no idea if it has. I mean, so like John Wick, I'm going to assume as a whole does not have a whole lot of relation to the real world, but there was definitely something that felt quite authentic about its gunplay, in the sense that like pistols were actually used at very close range. As opposed to what, you know, I'll do in like a battlefield where, you know, I'm firing a pistol, you know, at like rifle range because I can. Maybe not Battlefield, but like there's definitely games where I've used the pistol as a substitute for a sniper rifle because it's what I have available and its stats work a little bit better. But yeah, like the analogy that I would draw with film would be like the idea of a cut. Like, when in real life do things teleport closer to you? A close-up should be terrifying. You go from seeing a person in profile to this, you know, decapitated head staring at you. And, you know, someone would say, well, maybe dreams. And it's like, I actually have no idea if dreams reflect movies now because we're so used to the cut, or if, you know, the cut makes sense because of dreams. But there's a book by Walter Murch called In the Blink of an Eye. And he actually makes the suggestion that real life experiences cuts in the sense that we blink. And for him, the ideal model of editing is to essentially synchronize with people's blinking. That essentially when a new idea is introduced and they need that moment of sort of clarity that comes from the blink, you should be aligned enough with your audience that essentially they're blinking at the time you cut, because in both cases people are sort of synchronized for the new information, which I thought was a really interesting idea. But again, it's fair to say that film actually needed to work that stuff out, right? When you go from a train arriving in a station, which is all one cut, to someone like Georges Méliès and the trip to the moon, where he's using scissors to cut the film because, you know, there isn't such a thing as a Steenbeck, you know, in a systemized way of cutting motion pictures. Or then you have figures like D.W. Griffith sort of defining the grammar of what we would you know, kind of recognize as a Hollywood picture. This is of course not to you know, leave out the Soviets, people like Eisenstein, who developed, you know, theory of montage and all of that. But this is all stuff that is developed over decades, and ultimately leading to things now that were very sophisticated in terms of understanding. So like, I'd have to assume that commercials today would be the most like unimaginable avant-garde filmmaking to an audience of the 1970s, because we are very familiar with fast cutting and we can process information in a really fast way. Whereas if you consider something like The Godfather, presumably if there are audience statistics for The Godfather on Netflix, I don't even know if it's available on Netflix, most of the people are going to be checking their phones or just out of the room because there's long static shots of people talking, because that's a movie that's been made for people to be watching in a darkened theater where they have absolutely nothing else to focus on. So both the sophistication of the audience as well as the circumstances under which they are watching their shows have had an effect in terms of the experiences that we have. Likewise, in terms of games, right? The point of role-playing is the storytelling. You know, you get a bunch of people around a table, you spin a good yarn, you have an adventure, but in the end, we deal with the fact that we live in an uncertain world. Very often you want a sense of drama, particularly in something like Cyberpunk, which is a very dangerous world, one in which you want there to be consequences for your actions, ones in which you feel that you need to bare your teeth, but also recognize that everybody else in the environment is doing that as well, and they fully intend to prove they're as much of a badass as you are. So you need to be a bigger badass, or hopefully a smarter badass. it doesn't work very well if you follow the, cops and robbers logic of the playground, where, I shot you, no you didn't. It's the Terminator scene, right? We're not going to make it, are we? But there's lots of different ways to represent randomness. There is something kind of fun about the fact that they chose platonic solids for D&D. I have no idea if that opens more possibility spaces in terms of... Hello, Temp Mine. Night. Have a good one, Temp Mine. I have no idea if it winds up... allowing for more variety in terms of sort of the probability. I have to assume that having more options will always give you more in terms of probability distributions and such. But whether or not that complexity gets in the way of telling a good story is a whole other question. So one game I really want to get into, but I stumbled with originally, I got the Traveler 5, which I respect because of its history, but the layout of the book is very confusing. Like, they'll be introducing certain concepts, and then there's like a table about like relative sizes of things, and I have no idea how that relates to anything that I've read before. The Mongoose book doesn't have that problem, but Mongoose also sort of feels like they're very committed to a setting that they've built, and so it's a little bit less of this toolbox in terms of building science fiction. And I'm finally getting to the point that I was meaning to, in terms of why it would be really interesting to read the research from the first edition of the book. Being able to learn how developers of tabletop games, let alone computer games, find that balance between something that's authentic, something that's true to them in terms of being able to represent the world. Obviously, it's a fictional world, but one that they want to have some basis in terms of real-world experience. Getting that trade-off between still being able to spin a good yarn where people are not bogged down in complicated formulas and tables to be able to settle, whether or not a bullet hit, while still being able to speak something, or to create an experience that is true in thematic as well as very practical terms, is something that really interests me. Because, of course, what's neat about tabletop is you have those restrictions of sort of time and place. And obviously, if you take a look at war games that were developed just before computers, there are these incredibly baroque, like, what's the really famous one? I think like Campaign for North Africa, which is like just this impossibly complicated, like it almost feels like a satire. I don't think anybody was seriously intending to play that thing. That is something that's begging for an automated referee, i.e. the computer. So the discipline that something like tabletop provides in terms of wanting to make sure that it's something that people can actually play at a tabletop and still have a good time, to see how people have solved those problems, and then to see how that maps to a digital environment where you can pick any probability distribution you want and it effectively has the same cost. For me, I'd do it in Python, but you don't develop games in Python. It would be, there's, to me, something very fascinating about that, because once you start getting into that territory, that's also where you start getting into like the dwarf fortresses and the rim worlds and the rogues and the, Diablos, where you're building, or, the one I really like, Starflight. I haven't played it to the end, but actually, I want to get back to Starflight. But yeah, like, just to see, like, obviously, once you go from the constraints of tabletop to working with probabilities inside of the games, but specifically towards the crafting of a particular narrative, the possibility space is opened in terms of the different tools that you have available. But hopefully the discipline that you learn from being able to develop this elegant system of rules that still creates an enjoyable game is something that ultimately makes it more than just a fancy set of rules or, complications for kind of complication's sake, and instead is focused on realizing the realizing this story that you want to tell, or this experience that you want to bring in. Again, I'm largely talking about stuff. So I have never seen the Campaign for North Africa. I am even though I don't have people to play them with, I do have a bit of a collection of board games now because I love the advent of the single-player board game. I think Mark Herman's The Peloponnesian War, the fact that you switch sides halfway through, is an incredibly clever way to represent that conflict. And apparently it is intended as a one-player game, but there are optional two-player options. That's a perfect one for me. I just sit in my basement apartment saying, I don't need to have friends to play this. But yeah, the rest of them, I just get them for the rules and see how they turn out. This maybe suggests that I should probably be donating more money to charity and getting less amalgamations of cardboard and plastic. All right. Strength is a card of resilience. It is associated with determination, bravery, and internal struggle. One must have dedication in order to overcome obstacles and reach one's goal. Strength is about physical prowess and spiritual fortitude, the power that must be unleashed to achieve the impossible. Taken from Cyberpunk First Edition, Friday Night Firefight is not good, clean fun. Most of the data herein has been compiled from ballistics reports, police data, FBI statistics, and other not clean fun sources. These sources all tend to point to a couple basic truths about firefight combat. I did get 2020... Oh, hang on. I don't want to meet Panam. Well, I do want to meet Panam, but I want my reward first. That's a shame. Well, I mean, that still gives me some, like, the FBI statistics are a very, that's a very, very rich source already on its own. I'm Canadian, so I'm assuming that we don't have an equivalent. Oh, that looks good. I'm assuming we don't have comparable data. Yeah, I saw that in his post, and he's right? Like, real life experience matters. I'm sorry to keep plugging Creativity Inc., but I really like the book. Like, they do highlight that the animation teams for the Pixar films were brought out to the things related. So, like, the Up team went to was it Venezuela? Anyway, one of a South American country, so that they could, probably wouldn't have been Venezuela the more I think of it. But, like, basically so that they could get the region that they were depicting. You know, Ratatouille, they went to, you know, Michelin rated restaurants, talked to the chefs. They met real monsters for Monsters University. I think they went to, like, Harvard, Princeton, like, you know, the elite schools, because I haven't seen Monsters University, but apparently Monsters U is supposed to be where the best of the best go. And again, there's just something, there's an authenticity that comes from being in a real place and representing it. And I think particularly for animation, where nothing exists other than what you put in, it's actually really important to be able to draw from those real experiences. Because, like, even like when I think of a kitchen, right? Like, you know, I loved shooting on location. Well, I hated shooting on location because I needed to figure out where to put the cards. But I loved shooting on location because there was an authenticity to the environment. If you're shooting in a kitchen, the plates aren't always neatly stacked, right? There's sometimes stuff on shelves that's not there for any logical reason, but it's there because human beings are operating in a space and they don't always make perfectly rational decisions. And so likewise, you know, I can theorize a lot about guns. I've never fired. I've taken a core course, but I've never actually been out hunting. So, you know, like, beyond, like, doing the bolt action thing of, like, a rifle and that, like, that's all I've really got. But, you know, my view of the world will change considerably if I ever actually pull the trigger and feel the kickback. I can intuit it. I've seen blanks been shot on plenty of sets, right? Like, they're effectively real guns that are being shot, and it's, you know, I mean, sometimes they'll put optical effects in, but generally it's just a blank that's being shot. You hope that everything syncs up in terms of the frame rates. So I know they're loud as hell, but again, I can only intuit that so far. the actual process of pulling a trigger and feeling that kick is going to give me a very different view on the world the second that, well, not that I'm planning on firing a gun, but if I were to go to a range and do it, like, everything that I can imagine will be crystallized in that specific moment. And I'll also probably be incredibly sore, and I would not be surprised if the weapon flies out of my hands because I'm a wimp, but... yeah. All right. Sorry, I only caught the Elite 1% comment at the end there. Let me wrap this up. I do actually need to go to bed. It's been a pleasure to chat with all of you. I feel like this is the second time it's essentially become a podcast with the occasional mission. But let's get our gift. We'll see if there's a quick mission we can do in between, and we can wrap it up for the night. So, V, I have a great deal for you. A Rayfield Arundite Guinevere. It belonged to the ambassador of Argentina. That is, until the country returned to martial law, and the only thing waiting for him was a noose. So he said, sold everything that he could and fled the city. He didn't try to bargain with me, the sign of a smart man. I too would be smart if I were you. If I were you, and get your cash ready, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The world ain't exactly teeming with these beauties. Everyone wants to be unique, stand out, be noticed. I know you do too. The Erudite can make that happen. I don't have the money for it. I also have to suspect to a certain extent that part of the rationale behind going out and shooting the weapons is it would not surprise me if he, just enjoys shooting weapons. I've got a friend who somewhat regularly goes to a firing range, and that's just, sorry. It's kind of like me and buying board games that I don't actually play, but, go through the rule. Well, I play in, like, solo play, but just to kind of gain an understanding of it. We go to work so that we can afford the things that we're interested in. And, but obviously if your work can allow you to engage in a fun hobby, which presumably for the purposes of generating a rule system for weapons involves going to the firing range, I'm assuming that's the dream. Now, for me, I, of course, am going to be developing a Casanova RPG. And in order to appropriately get the stats... or inappropriately get the stats, I guess. Oh, this garage. My cars never leave this garage in town. Okay, this is easier. Doesn't look that impressive. A little bit better up close, but I guess I'm so used to seeing the blocked windows. Anyway, what do I want to do next? Not take a screenshot. So I could try some of the cyber psychos. I think this was that rogue mission. We could try hacking the hack. Okay, here's what we'll do. No promises that I'll finish hacking the hacker, but we have made a bit of progress since we tried this last. So let's see if I am better equipped. And then before if I nod off, I'll know it's something that we save for next week. Vanguard Master is no longer with us. So he was talking about going through the Fool's Gold series while I am on my way to kill Lucius. Anybody been reading any other interesting books? I'm actually just starting, I think I said this at the start, but I suspect there's been a turnaround in the audience. I'm actually starting Don Quixote for the very first time, which it seems like a thinly veiled satire on Fox News viewers. Some old guy reading made-up stories runs out on an inexplicable mission against renewable energy, and he seems very certain in his moral positions. And I just wish they would get politics out of my novels. I keep trying to look in the background and every single, I keep trying to look at Night City, and every time I do, I keep missing my turns. It's actually the one shame for me. This might even be a streaming thing too, but the one regret that I have is that I actually think it's really cool to be able to drive around Night City and just see what it looks like. Particularly because, you know, it's sort of bright and sunny out. Everything isn't just gray and neon, which is a fine look, but like it's just kind of nice to have some variety. Particularly in the corporate areas, which just look really awesome. But the drawback is if I sort of stop and just look, I tend to crash into things. So, like, look at that. Also, you get to see breasts in the advertising if you look close enough, so... Where we're going now. I am bad at this. Yeah, so like that's a neat thing to look at, right? You can see, you know, this floor of this building is where you're going. Assuming I know how to drive and make the turns. I've actually been to a building that looks very similar to this. Okay, this has usually gone very poorly for me, so let's make sure we're as well equipped as we can get. Oh, I have to give up my little pink booties. Now I look like I've been working with the nomads. Should probably eat up. Alright, so the last time we went here, There's big skulls over everyone. So as long as there aren't skulls, we know we can at least try for some silent takedowns. Usually I still screw it up, but I at least have a fighting chance. I do like how the ray tracing works. It does make me wonder what the updated one that they've implemented looks like. All right. Now, the good news here is if I want, I've got a system reset. Oh, God. Huh. That doesn't cost anything to... This is probably a dumb idea, but... So the thing is, I didn't know if anybody was looking at him, so it's possible that I'll have a dead body alert come up, but... Now, this guy was a problem because I couldn't quite get a good angle on him without... Oh, that's right. If I tried to jump up on top of that, I would wind up in the roof. Okay. Good start.
Am I seeing things? Is there something there?
Suck. That's not doing what it needs to. Well, my presence wasn't exactly a secret anyway. Oh, come on. It feels like it's just about to make the angle, and then it kind of dips away from me. It's a good way to waste ammo, I think. I even knew that guy was there. What was I thinking? Target? No. I will confess, though, it is sometimes a little more fun to just run in like this. Okay, I gotta watch the cyberware. If I can system reset. Oh. Come on. Okay. So obviously there's a ton of loot that I need to pick up, but first thing I'm looking for is Lucius.
Come on, don't drag this out.
We read that earlier today. Alright. I think I'll just head back the way that I came first, so I can make sure that I picked up all this stuff.
Come on, I'll make it quick.
Hey, looks like reinforcements. Canceling our services. All Foods delivery to Ryder Kent. Dear Ryder Kent, due to heightened gang activity in your neighborhood, All Foods delivery is canceling its services in your area. You may collect your goods from any of our stores. Any subsequent orders made from your current address will not be accepted. In the future, please consider changing your place of residence. We wish you a pleasant weekend, AFD team. You're a winner, Kenoshi Corp. Congratulations. Greetings, user. Due to your continued use of Kenoshi services, you were entered into a raffle and have been selected for the one prize, Kenoshi Thermosense 9873. Reply to this email in the next 10 minutes to claim your prize. Hurry now, or another lucky user will be seeing the world in thermovision instead of you. Now, it looks like I need to get smarter, so I read a book before we look at this computer. Alright. 2 1Cs and then a BD. I didn't really think about the end game on this, but there we go. Three 1Cs and then a BD. I didn't think about the end game again. We can get... Yeah, so I can get the FF off of that, but I can't get the 1C. So best I can go for is a 55 7A. I may be able to get another car before too long. Read that before. Cargo, unknown sender, Lucius Thorne. Cargo just left the factory on San Amoro Street, sending you precise coordinates right after we receive the rest of the payment. Bear in mind the convoy is heavily guarded. Drones with Lucius Thorne to Robbie Lee. Got the drones, city's ours now. Luce, Choom, I appreciate your gusto and all, but aren't you taking this a little too far? 4 Militech drones is sweet, but we're not going to win any wars. You don't get it, Rob. These drones aren't sold on the open market. They're internal, dev kits, so to speak. The code isn't cached, so using machine-readable format, I can get to the source code, which will make hacking a stroll in the park. Now, in English, this drone is a key that, if all goes well, will open us the door to every drone of this type in the city. Now do you get it? All of them. So no, I'm not taking this too far. When I'm done, this city will be ours. I keep looking at all these wonderful places I could have stashed bodies if I was not terrible at the sneaking part. A couple of the key combinations of this game are the same as what I press to do a recording on OBS, so every once in a while I wind up unintentionally recording. I'm assuming that's going to alert the people on the other end if that happens. I wonder... I'm mostly just curious if taking the guy in the back out is going to alert the other two. Cool, so just wait a minute and we can take out another. Sacre bleu. Okay, so that's probably a reason to go to the ladder. Time to clear out. Lyle McClintock to Ryder Kent. Ryder, the NCPD just announced that your street has been put on red alert. There's some kind of shootout. Pack whatever you can't live without and come to mine before 6th Street pays you a visit. If things get really dicey, you can call a Delamain. Let me know. Stay sharp. Okay. A bit more capable than I would have thought. Okay, somebody saw something.
Come on out, shitballs.
So I'm just gonna hop down and use the ladder to see that last access point. So if I just did the 1Cs, 1C, 1C, 1C... Oh, close. Oh, are they really this mean? Oh no, hang on. So if I did a 1C, 1C... Ah, C, okay. 1C, 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 55, E9. There we go. Okay, so either I'm going to get to him in 47 seconds, or...
I'd start running if I was you.
Oh, it's the same place I went. So I'm not going to go out of my way to waste ammo. I've only got 107 left, but if I have to, I will.
Come on, I'll make it quick.
Lucky both cases. Now he's probably going to turn around by the time I get.
Come on, I'll make it quick.
Ah! There we go. Okay. Pick up the rest, we'll loot that house, and then I think we can finally call it a day on this mission. It's definitely a long time coming. And in fairness, I didn't exactly solve it with that much more elegance than the first time I tried it. Confessions of Brain Dance Addict. Preface, do you want to be you? Seriously, take a moment to let that question sink in. I hate it when people say this to me, by the way. I do not need a cognitive sommelier to tell me what thoughts are important or not. Write it out. I will decide what I want to dwell on. Do you feel at home in your skin? Do you like your jobs, your friends, your family? When you look at the mirror, do you say to yourself, I'm the luckiest person alive, then hop in the leather-upholstered backseat of your chauffeured Rayfield? If you answered yes to any of those questions, put down this book and stop wasting your valuable time. If you answered no to the above, I understand just how you feel. It used to be said at the turn of the century that the world belongs to the 1%. Today, 1,000% is closer to the truth, and your chances of joining this group are even less than that. In this reality, I mean where you are you, in a brain dance you can be anyone. A broker who manages a portfolio worth trillions. An elite soldier who blasts his enemies out of existence with a tech shotgun. A suave rocker boy whom the whole world lusts after. Now I ask you again, of the millions upon millions of people in this world, do you want to be you? The answer for me was always no, and so my story begins. I've always wondered, like, I really like the Confessions of a Brain Dance Addict being in an apartment like this, but I've always wondered why the TV's on in these places. Now, I am going to save here because I don't know if the... I don't know if the people downstairs are going to be... well, I don't know if they're going to be angry or not. It doesn't count as a hostile area, but... or it doesn't list itself as a hostile area, but that doesn't mean that it'll be a walk in the park. Okay, that answers that. I could probably... is that a koala? Nope.
Quiet his ass! No!
Coming up on it!
Yo, this is better than safe!
We're fucking screwed!
Liberty or death!
Profesh as ever, me. Sixers will think twice before sliding their gunk asses anywhere near my turf again. And that thing with Lucia's cherry on top. Contract galores.
Okay, I gotta get away from the scene of the crime. Looks like I did take out a civilian, which I feel a little bad about. Oh, it's probably because I'm being pursued. There we go. Yeah, we're getting a decent return on this stuff. So, if I can afford another vehicle, I'll pick one of those up, but I'm not going to do another mission tonight. Otherwise, what is it? It's like 3:30 in the morning already, and I still need to write. I'm almost certainly not going to use all of these parts, but until I find a better use for them, I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, so cash-wise, we're at 68. Alright, there's actually only one we can buy, and it's the last of the... last of the Badlands item. Well, I guess I don't know if it's the last of the Badlands items. There's more that could show up. Obviously, what's her name? Wakako had a car to offer me, so that may not mean we've heard the last of Dakota. Either way, I used to save up, but it's clear that there's a number of very expensive cars and that there's more along the way. So in this case, I'm just sort of working my way up as the more affordable ones become available. So hopefully by the end of the game, I'm driving something really nice. Not that I don't, you know, obviously I have the option of switching to whatever I want. So I should maybe mention, I don't know if there's going to be anybody to host by the end of tonight, but plans for the oncoming week. I still have some projects to finish up, but I'm hoping that the work situation will become less aggressively terrible over the next little while. I'll probably still keep with Cyberpunk. Did I completely misunderstand how much money I had? No, I think I picked the wrong vehicle to go for. But yeah, so the break I've been taking from the YouTube stuff is just so I can try and put a dent into some of the stuff that I want to do. I've gotten relatively little of that done. But I have been making a bit of progress in some of the stuff that I need to finish for work. But again, the usual plan will still be Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday, I've been doing Against the Storm. I do at some point want to get back to Terra Invicta. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to balance that out, but it's almost always going to be a Hooded Horse game. Wednesday, we'll probably be doing Phantom Brigade. I suspect I'll just be doing that until we complete the main campaign. I really like Industries of Titan, but I have already finished Industries of Titan before. So, and I did spend a lot of time on Titan, specifically knowing that there would be a time to sort of pay that back with Phantom Brigade. So that's going to be kind of the standard Wednesday game for a while. And I mean, Cyberpunk has kind of become the de facto Friday game in its current state. And honestly, I like this, so I don't mind doing more of it. I will try to be a little bit better at starting earlier. But one thing I will say, there are a couple of games that I do want to get back to, and one big thing that can shift the schedule is the fact that the Book of Hours beta will be coming out in the next week or so. So there are a few things that I don't know about it. My plan currently is not to stream the Book of Hours beta because I'm going to assume that it is for testing purposes only and it is not intended to be shared. If it's intended to be shared, I'm going to assume I'm going to get an email saying that thing is intended to be shared, and obviously it's randomly assigned, so if I, assuming that I get it in the first place, I'm in as a tester, not necessarily as a broadcaster. But assuming that those things line up, and there is an opportunity, it does mean that I will probably be I'll be replacing Cyberpunk with Book of Hours, or one of those days. But again, it doesn't feel good to replace the Hooded Horse of the Brace Yourself days with Book of Hours, so I'm more inclined to do that for Fridays. But again, I don't expect that to happen, but that is something that would shift the schedule. There are also a couple of other games that I want to return to, but at the moment I'm going to focus on those for YouTube. And of course, for YouTube, the main series that I do, Cultist Simulator, that will be coming back for April. So if you've been waiting for that, I am sorry for the extended kind of the extended absence, but it's actually been rather good for me, because I know if I had to try and record something over this weekend, I'd be really stressed out. And it's also allowing me to get another thing done, which is related to that game, and I'm hoping people will be able to enjoy moving forward. Anyways, that's just a really long way of setting up the plans for the next week. So if you're here for Cyberpunk, likely within the next week, just keep in mind that, and I'll probably say this on Twitter if it does wind up changing, but there is a small chance.
Yo, V, been living good? If you ain't busy, I got a gig for you.
No way. I don't
Real
wanna
classic. All you gotta do is break into a corpo zone and plan a bug. Info's attached.
Okay, we're going to take a look at that at another time. But yeah, so there is one small thing that may disrupt the schedule, but as always, I will try and announce that stuff when I know it's happening. Let's see if anybody's online. I don't know this streamer all that well, but they do have an interesting setup. So they do basically they do an animated avatar and text-to-speech. So they're known as Revive Snow, a VTuber that showcases games with goals to be a top TTS mute streamer. Enjoys interacting via chat in English and Korean without use of a live voice. Always finding new ways to have fun, so don't be shy. We like to party all night, usually do not stop until daybreak. So I've never actually really seen a text-to-speech streamer before, and I think it's kind of interesting. So I think I will share that, just because I don't know that many other people online right now. But they're currently playing Hunt Showdown, so I hope you enjoy their broadcast. As for me, I will see, hopefully, a few of you on Monday for the Hooded Horse game, and for those of you who are just here for the Cyberpunk, I will see you all in a week. Either way, I hope you all have a good weekend. Please treat Revive Snow well, and if you are in my time zone, I hope you get some sleep reasonably soon. But until next time, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you in the next one.